back.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is very, very common for coaches to send a timeout 5 rounds in. If you're down by 5 rounds, this tells me you need to make a big strategic change if you're Milliken. Oftentimes, if we see a timeout come out a little bit later or maybe even earlier, it's more so like an emotional issue or like an issue with the mentality of the team. And that's where the coach comes in and says, hey, look, guys, we got this, deep breaths, think, communicate with your team. But because down 5 rounds, going for this one very commonly, this tells me the coach is going in for a strategic change rather than a mentality change. And we can see that coming out already. There is going to be, who is that? That's QLS outside of A site. He's going to be going for what we call a lurk. He's going to bait out utility on A, send out his Viper wall, which cuts off the majority of the A site maneuvering. And then they're going to push up very slowly while the rest of Milliken are going to be pushing their way towards B to see if they can get that spike down on B site in the meantime.
And there we go, a first pick in favor of Milliken. Looks like that timeout has worked so far. Change in approach will definitely get you refreshed. QLS backing away from A after making a little bit of noise as well. And that default, part of that default, Keg, is to help build conditioning. But before we get into that, it looks like we have a fight breaking out over at C. The Dizzy pops. It is broken by Sun, but with 3 players swinging them, I mean, it's a tall ask to find a victory there. And now Milliken, with 2 agent lead, will move their way into C.
This is such a good round right now. Baby's now the last one left alive. Full utility, but keep in mind, Breach is unique in this role. All these initiators, they can find information, but Breach cannot. He's the only one that cannot do it, but he can flash. And he's only good for 1 on the way in, but 3 still left in the round. Milliken, they finally get their first.
That indeed they do. And to go back on that that topic we mentioned earlier, conditioning, Keg. So these attackers, they're kind of doing the same thing every round with certain pieces of utility. Can you dive into that for me?
Sure thing. So let's start with the default, right? A default for an attacking team is what we see a lot on pretty much any map. What you want to do is you want to show a presence on both A, B, and C lanes, which is the entryway to get into those sites. And in order to do that, you're having your defense hopefully waste utility, give false information, then your team can group up and push somewhere as a symbiotic unit. But conditioning, this means now these attacking teams want to do the same thing every round to force the same result. So showing presence on B is good early on. It makes the Viper know full well, hey, these guys do this every round. I'm going to back away already. That's going to change the order or the conditioning of things for Milliken. Now they know they can gain a little bit more space on A because there should be less people there.
And there comes the ultimate thrash out of Gecko, which can detain anyone who gets caught in it, but it doesn't approach Heaven of the B site as intended. Zap there is able to find one on QLS. That's going to be a Viper diff. OpK moving up towards finding that pick on Zap for the trade. It is a 4v4 in this post-plan situation, Keg. Time is ticking away, and I like the opening of the door over in B main. Sun finds one with the shorty, got Cookies blinded by the paranoia, and a lockdown could potentially close this out.
One of the biggest ultimates now that Downey has in their arsenal. They want to win this round.
Oh, nice little shot there to paint shells in an attempt to delay the defuse.
Oh, no.
But it doesn't quite fly out where it was intended to go, Keg.
No, and because we see those little yellow highlights on the player agent icons at the top of your screen, that means they had their ultimate ready. Now, Sun, the Killjoy, did have their lockdown. What that device does is that it takes a gigantic radius, just well over the size of the spike site, and brings it down. Anyone trapped at the end of that little loading bar will be detained for 8 seconds. And we saw that happen to OpK at the end of the round. So even if OpK had that pain nade connect, he wouldn't be able to push in or stop that defuse from happening. He would have been completely out of commission for 8 seconds. Oh, but now Sun has an operator. A good way to shut down potentially the lanes of C, but can't do it.
Double satchel makes movement difficult. Trying to go for a shorty pick. Sun falls regardless. And that's the Raze movement that's so difficult to track, Keg. Valorant's often known as a flicking style sort of mechanic-based game. But when it comes to Raze, you got to be able to track them in the air.
Yeah, it's even harder. Now there's a gigantic red mass in the middle of C-site. That's Viper's ultimate. If you go in, these defenders will start losing their HP, their health immediately.
It'll decay over time, but Poot, no line of sight needed. QLS responding in kind, a rolling thunder, stunning the entire site. That is Breach's ultimate. Zap, good for 1, good for 2, good for 3. The snake bites hard, but Downey bites harder.
Wow, what a good way of taking things down. So explain the Viper's ultimate a little bit more is that inside that green mass, if you eliminate the Viper that launched that ultimate, it will go down instantaneously. And while that didn't happen until the end of the round, it worked very beneficially for Zap. I believe that was a 4K coming out from him. And look, it works in spades. He's 13-4. He is running away with this defense.
Things are looking absolutely amazing for Zap. Their timings are impeccable, Keg. I mean, when it comes to rounding corners and taking fights, they are always on top.
And it's because the defenders are giving the advantage to themselves over the attackers. They're playing for retakes every single round. Now Zap has his own ultimate that he uses in B main. This has been the only comfort sight that Milliken have had so far. Locking this down is good. It slows down Milliken. May force them to choose a more uncomfortable site like A or C for them to push into, the only sites they haven't won yet.
I do like that, identifying what Milliken has been doing as their comfort play, and then countering with the tools that you have, especially something as big as an ultimate. A lot of players are very reserved with their ultimates, but it's often said that the best time to use an ultimate is as soon as it comes up, obviously with some rules and regulations.
Yeah.
But because the sooner you have it down, the faster you have it right back up.
Fast execute out now. Okay, what can you do? Good timing there. Burrito falls, and that's full A-side control.
There.
Go. Planted by Wingman once again. Unique. That is a unique ability out of Gecko, where they can send one of their abilities to actually plant the spike for them. They don't have to plant it themselves manually.
But Ashcon, look at this. Remember, the Sentinel util from Milliken doesn't really exist. There's no way of watching the flank from behind. Look at Zap.
Oh man, Zap walking up, but on Baby is good for 2. QLS and Baby coming in, evening up the agent numbers. But Poot won't let that fly. Baby with less than 50 HP on a lifeline taken out, and that'll be a defuse once again for Downey. 8-1, and this is an absolutely dominant showing out of them. I mean, look, they are a force to be reckoned with. They have been the champion last year, and they've won 2 times total. So, Keg, it's no surprise that they're here aiming to take the trophies home once again.
Yeah, that's right. Downey's won this championship twice already, and they're looking to do it for a 3rd time today. Now, last year it was Downey versus Warren in the finals. I'm really curious to see who Downey will be paired up against in the next best of 1. But with that being said, though, I do like what Milliken is bringing to the table. They are changing their pacing quite a bit. They're playing as a team. The communication is there. Really, it comes down to these 1v1s with their weaponry down on A site. And so they're going to try to put that pressure on A once more. There is that lurk, too, from QLS back over on B. He's toying with the devil, though, right outside of B site against the top eliminator, let's say, of B site here. But chooses not to engage. Wants to try somewhere else. We actually call that a lurker for those who are more unfamiliar with Valorant. And so the lurker's job now is to be that real de facto front piece there, allowing the rest of the team to find some more impact elsewhere on A site like we see. But fortunately, it doesn't work out too well. Opening pick comes through against Downey on A site. Burrito's forced to tuck behind towards the very tippity top of A site. And now it's going to be potentially a 5v1 depending on the timing of the rest of Downey.
Oh, Keg, that is so unfortunate. That Fade ultimate just narrowly does not hit Burrito, who was sitting in the back of sight. So they weren't sure whether or not Burrito was there until that haunt was broken. Regardless, again comes the retake. 3 versus 3. Nay, make it 3 versus 2. Zap on fire. A shocking performance here in the first half, and Thrash forced to be used here in this post plant, but the spike isn't in an easy place to see, and the defenders are ready to hold things down.
Great retake once again, and keep in mind too, Downey is having a lot of eliminations against their own team after all of these retakes. That's very different from the beginning of this game, where it felt like Downey would only lose 1 or 2 players in the beginning. Milliken is finding some distance in doing this, but only taking down 3 members and not converting a round hasn't been enough to break the economy of Downey. If Milliken can win this next round, they have a very good chance to have what we call a swing round, where they can get their own weaponry, break the economy of Downey, force them to only use pistols and lower tier weaponry, and then start to get that advantage back. But there's only 2 rounds left to do it.
We see the sheriff shots coming out over on Mound. The attackers committing everything to the C side until they aren't. Being a little bit more quiet on the approach, still firing some shots here and there, but opening the door. And now the defenders kind of have to guess whether or not there's been a commitment over to C or to B. But in reality, Keg, it looks like the forces are split.
Yeah, the Gecko, the one with the spike right now, was originally in the door for B. It seemed like the call could have been the B at distraction on C site, allow the rotates to happen for the defenders and plant on B. Not the case. Cut noise, reset, slow approach back to C site, the hope that nobody's left on this site.
Alright, Haunt comes out. It is revealed that someone is over at Bend on C site. It's going to be Sun, who's good for 1 with the help of Poot. Make it 3 total. Squidward comes around there and finds something of their own, but unfortunately it's not enough to even the odds for themselves. They have to pick up the spike, which they do, and now a different approach has to be taken. But regardless, they still need to find a fight. No matter how they move across the map, still at a numbers disadvantage, and that's what they need to narrow down.
Numbers disadvantage, weaponry disadvantage here. 30 seconds left on the clock. They have no choice to push into Poot. There is a huge shot against Poot. Now there's no smokes left besides the Viper, but she already used her utility on A site. This is really, really good now for Milliken. If they can bring this from a 3v2 to a 2v2, they have a great shot of winning this.
Sprays through the smoke just to do a little bit of chip damage here and there. Ball line as well, followed by some flashes. That's going to completely blind Baby. Unfortunately, they're not going to be able to play the game for a couple of seconds before they perish. Definitely one of the more harder pieces of utility to deal with. Squidward, though, breaking some ankles. Good for 3 in that round, even only having a sheriff to begin with. But unfortunately, not enough, not quite to go the distance. 10-1 in favor of Downey. But Keg, look, Milliken definitely have some fire within them.
Absolutely. But keep in mind too, this is the preferred side for Downey. They have their Sentinel, they can lock down a site, they had their double controllers, the Omen and the Viper to deny the line of sight off of Milliken. But Milliken, when they swap sides, yeah, they don't have a Sentinel, but they're going to be looking to play super aggressively against Downey. And Downey doesn't really have the firepower to match up against it outside of their rays. Burrito will have to step up the game a little bit to see if they can bring it back towards the attacking side. Viper wall down on B. Tells the defense, hey, this will be a B execute. They're going to be pushing it very fast. Oh no, they're cutting noise again. No, okay, that's good.
Double satchel out to go over that snake bite, the molly on the floor. Sun and Post, though, just spraying through smokes. There goes the showstopper, but unfortunately no one is going to be stopped here. It's OPK alone. They've made their way into the site. They made space, but unfortunately left the rest of their team behind. 11-1, we now swap halves, and the economy resets as well here, Keg.
That's right. So now both teams, they swap sides. Downey, they were on the defense. Now they're going to be the attackers. The defenders, of course, vice versa as well. But yes, the economy does reset. So those 3 opening important rounds that we talked about way at the beginning, they'll have to do it again. The problem now is that Milliken, they're in a very tough spot. If they lose this next round on the pistols, then that means Downey will have better weaponry on their match point. And that could mean elimination for Milliken right there and then. They need to make these next 2 rounds work so unbelievably well.
Perfection is the key here, and it's difficult for anybody playing this game. Even the highest level of players struggle with the discipline, but look, these teams have been so even with regards to strategy. I really don't think the score tells the whole story here, Keg, in this best of 1 of Lotus.
No, not quite here. Fast execute on C once more. There it is. QLS holding down the line. Burrito, though, they did their job. They found space for the rest of their team. 3v4 now. Downey, down numbers. Again, important round for Downey. They could guarantee the win this entire map if they could just convert this now.
There it is here for the retake. 3 versus 4. Squidward throwing this tether out. Ready to tempt fate there. It's going to deafen and decay. Someone over in the back of Ben. Haunt to follow through. Get a little bit of information in the same spot as Baby was before. Post. But they're going to fall in a trade of the omens. Sun, good for one. It's a 2 versus 2. Left alone. What can this Killjoy do? Gets rid of the wingman. Is able to spot the Gecko, but not able to fire. That's going to be a response from Got Cookies. And that's going to be the Gecko going for the defuse by hand. 45 HP left. A wonderful clutch up by Milliken. They're not going to go down easy.
And look, this is a big scoreline different than Ashcon, but the big thing to consider now is that pistol round went in Milliken's favor. They can convert this now, get that better weaponry, just like Downey did so many rounds ago. And if Milliken can do that and win that third round, deny match point away from Downey, they can absolutely snowball their way to bring it to an even scoreline. But again, it really comes down to these next 2 rounds. Nothing but pistols in the hands of Downey now. 2 sheriffs, keep that in mind. Those are one-shot headshot weapons. And Downey been pretty good aimers. If they could just wait a little while, force Milliken to overextend a little bit, go out of position, way too far on the open with no one to help them, this could be a great way to get that better weaponry. And it starts with QLS.
Here we go. An engagement over at C. QLS good for 1. Makes it a little bit of a lead for now. Milliken definitely want to run away with this, but still too early to say that it's a surefire victory, so they're going to take their time. Backing away. I love the patience out of QLS there on the defensive side. Meanwhile, the attackers sneaking their way forward onto B. And I think Milliken here has an inkling of what's going on. At least their A players do. But QLS, being all alone, needs to stay razor focused. Here comes the fight in C Link. Baby is good for 1, but not good for 2. And this could be a potential pickup of a weapon for the attackers. No.
1 enemy remaining.
Zap eliminated by QLS. Milliken taking a huge lead here in round number 2. And as expected, what is standard for the game of Valorant, converting that first round of a half into a second round wins.
Now we gotta talk about overtime. When a team hits 12 points won, then they're on match point. But if they can't win that 13th point, they can't obviously win the game. And if Milliken can get 12 to 12, we go into overtime. And that means each team needs to win by 2. This game could hypothetically go on forever. You need to make sure you can win by a best of 2. That means you could have a 14-12 game, a 15-13 game. You could have a 45-43 game for all I know. It's just a matter of converting both of those rounds.
I would not want to be the poor sap stuck in a 45-43 game, Keg.
No, that would be what, a 3.5 hour game?
I think that would be more than a best of 3, actually.
Yeah,
certainly.
You're looking at 2 best of 3s there.
At that point, yeah, for sure. Speaking of best of 3s, that's going to be the format for our finals. But for now, we're figuring out who's going to be joining those finals. The first one here, of course, with Downey versus Milliken, and On Babies opening up round number 15 in favor of Downey. Taking up the orb. We mentioned earlier about ultimate abilities. We didn't talk about how they get created. Keg, while this rotation is happening, why don't you give us a quick rundown?
Absolutely. So in order to get an ultimate, you either have to go into the next round, you have to plant the spike, get an elimination, or you can pick up those little black and white orbs you may have seen on the ground. There's only 2 on this map, one right outside of A, one right outside of C. A lot of the times, the defenders like to guard those orbs just to make sure you, as the attackers, can't grab them. Not the case this time. And as you can see, FaZe Squidward, so many points off of getting their Nightfall ultimate. They won't be able to entry back in for the retake here with it. Down by 2 bodies too. Again, important round for Milliken to convert here if they don't want to go to overtime.
I like the placement of the Haunt, throwing it up high to get information, but also make it difficult for the attackers to counter regardless, though. A swift flick is going to enable Downey to find not just 1, but 2. It's Burrito and Zap leading the charge, and although Got Cookies gets 1, It's going to be Downey remaining with 4, who move forward into round number 16. And you hear the announcer say it, it's match point, Keg.
Now, this is a really tough call for Milliken's coach. Either you go for a tactical timeout here very early into the second half and try to help your team come up with a strategic change to get a few rounds on the board against Downey, or you wait and hope for the best that Milliken can maybe win a few more rounds before using that timeout. If it's used now, and there is a strat change, it might work for just a few rounds, but Downey has enough buffer room that they could readapt and change everything on the fly, and there wouldn't be another timeout available. Oh wait, you know what? I just realized there's only one timeout available for Milliken. They already used it. The VCT rules normally means they have one per half. That's not the case here.
Indeed, so they're just going to have to make these adaptations on the fly. Their only discussion time are those pre-rounds. We see on babies planting the spike. Downey's made it on site. Zap coming through. They were going for a late lurk at B, but they realized the round has progressed too much for them to just continue on that path. So they join up with the rest of the squad to consolidate the rest of the team's strength. And it works in their favor here. Poot and Sun go for these fights. But even still, both numbers dwindle evenly. It's a 3 versus 2 situation. Milliken can pull this out.
They can. It'll be tough. Poot, gotta hold the line. 2v2. Keep in mind, one ultimate available. Not gonna be helpful here. Stun as well on babies. They go for the stun. It's a wide swing. No! Baby can't convert. A beautiful 13-3 game for Downey.
Wow. 13-3, a dominant showing, but Milliken really showed us what strategy looks like in Valorant and gave us a little bit of a different approach to the map of Lotus, which I really appreciate out of them. I mean, it's no wonder that they were invited to this event. Amazing standing for both of these teams. Of course, Downey moving on into the finals. And that leads us into our next game, Keg, which is going to be between Warren and Valencia. But is there anything you want to comment on for this map before we move on?
Yeah, absolutely. Of course, we got to thank Downey Unified School District for helping set all of this up and allowing us to use this space and really get to explore space more, which I think is cool. I like space. But I also want to thank our partners as well for this event, the Columbia Memorial Space Center, which is where our beautiful production is being housed from right now, the City of STEM, Lollipop Labs, our production that's inside the Columbia Memorial Space Center, and of course MSI and SteelSeries as well for their awesome gadgets and peripherals too. But Ashkan, I'm super excited for the next best of one.
I am as well. Once again, between Warren and Valencia, we can only wonder what their map pick and ban is going to be, and we're going to find out though. So stay tuned, ladies and gentlemen, because we're going to get all that information and action after the break.
Taking control. If we try to believe in anything greater than a miracle, it wouldn't be this difficult. If we try to be a negative bull, yeah, we could be taking control. If we try to believe in anything greater than a miracle, it wouldn't be this difficult. If we try to be a negative bull, yeah, we could be taking control. 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 that you're meant to burn as bright as a star among the midnight sky. All the pressure blinded me, but now I see I'm not different from the rest. You said I'd fly away, but my walls have kept me down. Now I'm lost and I'm afraid, and I'm close to hit the ground. You said I'd fly away. You said I'd fly anyway, but I keep on falling. You said I'd fly anywhere, but I keep on falling. But I keep on falling. We're all searching for that open door. Show me proof that there is something more. I just hope I am okay with the choices I make. Maybe then I'll understand. You said I'd fly away, but my walls have kept me down. Now I'm lost and I'm afraid, and I'm close to hit the ground. You said I'd fly away. Have me by your side when the sun sets. Let's leave for an eternity. We'll sail across the lights beyond the sky. I'll be with you eternally. I'm an addict for your love, it keeps me high.
Tell them what your name is. Amplify for the speed house. Left and right, left and right, left and right, left and right, go right, left,
Can I be your star tonight? You fill my soul with light the day we met. I don't wanna leave your side. Have me by your side when the sun sets. Let's leave for an eternity. We'll sail across the lights beyond the sky. I'll be with you eternally. I'm an addict for your love, it keeps me high.
Tell them what your name is. Amplify for the speed house.
Left and right,
Left and right, left and right, left and right, go right.
am I going now? Just falling over dreams. Now I'm just so far gone, this isn't what it seems. Taking me so damn long, it's fading from belief. I need to slow this down, it's burning from beneath. Come break this line, this falls in my eyes. Holding on for what is worth my life. And all inside, I'll make it up the vine. Find my way to giants in the sky. Tonight it comes to life.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah. Better off, better off. I am wicked, you're insane. But I wouldn't have it any other way. If we're knocked out, we'll go the distance. Pound for pound, we're a perfect match. Pulling punches, we're toe to toe. We're always on the road. Worse or better, we can't stop, we can't stop. 'Cause together, we're better off. And we can. Better off, better off. Better off. I am crooked, you're clean cuts. I'm wide-eyed, your eyes are shut. If we're knocked out, we'll go the distance. Pound for pound, we're a perfect match. Pulling punches, or toe to toe, we're always on the road. Worse yeah. I like you, but it's not okay. Whatever, can I walk away? Oh yeah. Can still see your face, so tell me what to do, 'cause I can't find a way. Baby, please just tell me if I'm, tell me if I'm, tell me if I'm fine. Tell me if I'm, tell me if I'm, tell me if I'm, baby, please just tell me if I'm fine.
Just tell me if I'm
Please just tell me if I'm fine. Please just tell me if I'm fine. 'Cause I know my life is stuck in my heart, baby. Please just tell me if I'm fine.
just tell me if I'm
You say I make you nervous, a tragedy, I'm a beautiful disaster, a reckoning, you wonder how I got this way. You think I'm someone to be saved, someone to clean up and tame. Oh, some things never change, never change. Oh. You think I would look pretty on your arm once you cover up my bruises and battle scars, but it always ends the same. Can't bear the things I've had to face, got you crying on your knees in pain. Oh, some things never change, never change. Oh, you break your back to make me feel again, suffocate to make me breathe again, lose your mind from endless pain. Some things never change, never change. Oh, redemption never came. I stopped asking for forgiveness, cause you should know only fools tread where the angels fear to go, but you keep trying to get too close. Save myself by turning into stone, so save your judgment cause you just don't know. But some things never change, never change. Oh, they say I should feel guilty and change my ways, leaving crumpled bodies in my wake. Swear I didn't mean to make them break, swear I didn't mean to make them break. But they're so delicate and so mundane, and they keep coming like a moth to a flame. Oh, some things never change, never change. You break your back to make me feel again, suffocate to make me breathe again, lose your mind from endless pain. Some things never change, never change. Oh, redemption never came.
And I've been chillin', watching the ocean with you, baby, up with a slow motion crew. And we up in our growlings when people change, but not us. And we just chillin', kicking it, kissed by the sun. Could be soaked to the skin in the monsoon. I know she got the good vibes when seasons change, but we're the same. Even if I lost all my money, the zero runs deep, honey. And I don't need to speak a single word, cause you got me holding, holding. Even if my jokes aren't funny, my tongue tied up on it. And I don't need to speak a single word, cause you got me holding, holding. wanna match me up. Tripping like I'm Jimmy at Woodstock. Beam me up, drive me around in your red Ford. Shivers down my spinal cord. Oh, 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 oh. 'Cause you got me holding, holding. Even if I lost all my money, the zero runs deep on it. And I don't need to speak a single word. 'Cause you got me holding, holding. Even if my jokes sound funny, my tongue tied up on it. And I don't need to speak a single word. 'Cause you got me holding, holding. Even if I lost all my money, the zero runs deep on it. And I don't need to speak a single word. 'Cause you got me holding, holding. Even if my jokes sound funny, my tongue tied up on it. And I don't need to speak a single word. 'Cause you got me holding, holding. Hold me close till I get up. Time is barely on our side. I don't wanna waste what's left. The storms we chase are leading us, and love is all we'll ever trust. Yeah, no, I don't wanna waste what's left. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, till my shadow turns to sun rays. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways. And on finding life along the way, melodies we haven't played. No, I don't want no rest. Echoing around these walls, fighting to create a song. I don't wanna miss a beat. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, till my shadow turns to sun rays. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways. And on we'll go. And we'll grow in number, fueled by them to see the horizon, turn us to thousands. And we'll grow in number, fueled by them to see the horizon, turn us to thousands. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, till my shadow turns to sun rays. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways. And on we'll go.
Let me take you for a ride, dancing with the lights. Our hearts beating for the ride, for the ride. Let me take you for a ride. Ooh, tonight. Oh, tonight. I don't know if I'm changing over. In the moonlight, I can't kill this feeling sober. So I start to come alive. I don't know what starts to control me. I let it go, another soul that's underneath. I don't really care about this all. It's the fall that kills me. With our back against the wall, just feed the beast and you'll see. Wait for me. I don't have time inside my reality. Wait for me. I don't want your life to remember me.
Welcome back, everyone, to the City of STEM Invitational High School Invitational. By the Downey Unified School District. My name is Keg, and I'm joined by Ashcon. And we already saw an amazing performance between Downey and Milliken. Downey, of course, they've won this event the last 2 years now. They're looking to make it a third because they just won a best of one to bring things to the grand finals.
Yeah, and now, Keg, we're moving forward to another two sets of schools. I believe it's going to be Warren and Valencia. These two teams coming in hot for a best of one. But of course, before we get into that, we got to thank our sponsors once again. Of course, Downey Unified School District for making this possible, but Columbia Memorial Space Center as well for housing us today for this event, and the City of STEM, Lollipop Labs, MSI, as well as Steel Series for giving us wonderful peripherals and hardware to get the competition going.
Absolutely. And look, the first matchup that we had today, it was a best of one. Downey, they looked great with their communication. They had a great team composition as well. And we were on Lotus, one of the most unique maps in Valorant right now. But actually, the funny thing is that we go from a very unique map, Ashcon, to a very unique map. We're going to the same map again.
That indeed we are. These two teams have opted to go for the same style. And the only similar map to Lotus is unfortunately not in the official map pool right now, Keg. I believe it's Haven. And it is the only other three-sided map. So between Lotus and Haven, they're related in that way of sorts. But of course, keeping it to the current competition, let's go ahead and hop into Agent Select.
All right, and look again, very interesting to see another breach coming out on Lotus. This is very, very rare to see in official play. I'm not against seeing the breach. I think it had a lot of impact in the last matchup that we saw. But again, the big issue comes through is that you don't have a lot of info gathering. And so like we saw in the last best of one, there was a lot of instances where players were caught off guard. There was a lot of big fights that happened right on choke points and executes. There's not a lot to really draw out the early parts of a round. It makes a lot of the fights and the scuffles very backsided towards the end of a round and forces these attackers to often really, really rush their way onto a site.
Okay, I have a theory, Keg.
What's up?
You know what it is? I think that these kids are so confident in their duelist players that their justification for breach is just, hey, why not just make the duelist's job even easier with an initiator like breach?
I could see that. I mean, look, you have the breach, right? He's the only initiator in the game that can find a lot of information. So instead, you can just flash, 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 stun, 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 flash, 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 stun. And then you could just, like, greed your raised and do all the rest of the work.
Yeah, absolutely. Being able to kind of debuff the enemy team as you come onto the site can make their jobs easier for the duelist. Greed operating that for the defense and Karma for the attack. And again, it's going to be Warren pressing forward here as the attackers for the first half with Gecko in their back pocket. So we're kind of seeing this parallel once again, but this time these teams both have a Sentinel, and I think Chamber kind of also reflects that these players are very confident in their aim and their mechanical skill.
Yeah, we'll have to describe what Chamber can do after this round. Karma, though, stalled out by the double smokes right away. That's a very big, what's the proper word here? That's a very big communication issue that we're seeing both of these defensive smokes placed down at the same exact time. That's a waste of resources. And it shows that these players, I don't know what the communication may look like, but something to know going forwards. Greed, though, is in a very precarious spot. They overswing and overextend. They may be in for a tough time on B.
There we go. Nice walkout onto the C site. That's B&B. Gonna find a pick. Dwindling the numbers of Warren. Valencia up an agent now. Just have to wait for the plant and then going for the retake. Show a little bit of patience here. But they're moving quickly, actually. The retake off of the fault line. That's extra breach utility. The fights break out. The numbers even up. It's a 2 versus 2. 45 seconds left on the clock, and the spike still needs to be planted. Zeros has to go and pick it up. It's stuck in the corner. They know where it is, but Yolhi will not let that slide.
You know, this is really, really similar to the first map already. I mean, we talked about how the agent compositions are relatively similar. Big difference is that the Gecko's team does not have the Fade to supplement it. Instead, we see the double controller. But big difference, big similarity, I should say, is that Valencia won their retake round by having only 2 bodies left alive. Downey had done that so many times in their last matchup that I wouldn't be surprised if Valencia does the same exact thing. Back off when the attackers push up, go for the retake, crunch them down, and allow Warren to, face the full wrath of up-close and personal gameplay.
Yeah, there you go with the satchel up. Things are looking amazing.
But look at this distraction.
Comes out.
This is good. Poom right now is holding all of B side. They can break open the baby door, maybe take down Nightwing, but all the while, though, a big distraction on A side, keeping people at bay. B&B, though, well, they have an Ares, and that's a good LMG. It mows down everybody like a lawnmower.
Hold on. Kek, did you call it a baby door?
Yeah, baby door, Hobbit, secret.
Okay, that's fair.
Breakable.
We see the spike going down here. Time now finally ticking away. Not something we got to see in round number 1, but in round number 2 here, Warren giving themselves a little bit of extra cash. Tuck that away in their back pocket for the upcoming rounds as Valencia comes on in with the fault line. Let's get rid of players at bend, but around the corner, Aor Loves is going to find 2. And that's 200 credit per elimination as well, Keg. So all the damage that Warren has done in this round, in addition to the spike plant, gives him a little bit of extra room to work with.
Yeah, this is a really important round for Warren too, because they needed to try to take away as many eliminations as possible against Valencia. You're completely right. The 200 credits that you get per elimination is so good to give yourself that back pocket buffer for Warren going into these future rounds. But if you could disrupt Valencia's economy and remove all the guns that last round, we'd be looking at a really, really not great bonus buy round for Valencia here. They'd be on just pistols. But with that being said, though, Warren, they do have the best weaponry available now. They need to keep this economy alive. They cannot get eliminated at all, or those weapons, they're going to be gone from their hands in future rounds.
I really like this dark cover setup, the Omen smoke for the one-way, Keg.
Oh, we should probably describe what a one-way is, shouldn't we?
Absolutely, I'll leave it up to you.
So a one-way is a really interesting property in Valorant for this with the characters that can smoke. And so smoke is a giant sphere that denies the line of sight and allows someone like Yuli to push up and to prevent someone like Jiza, while it was open, to push up themselves. The defenders could see you can't see them as an attacker, and allows Yuli to get a great reposition like that.
Here we see a contact. We're talking about line of sights. Here's one over at C. Dizzy comes out. But Zeros does not press forward fast enough. Instead, the space is given away by Valencia. Warren now planting on C, a lurker. Karma tries to make magic happen today, but it doesn't succeed. Yulhi finds that frag, and B&B is going to get one of their own. Nezumi following through, and that's Zeros left alive. I've seen this episode. I didn't know we're doing re-airs, Keg, and we move forward with Valencia taking round number 3.
Wouldn't this be like a reboot? It's the same idea, but brand new cast.
Maybe like a remaster plus DLC. What do you think?
Ooh, in 4K Blu-ray.
And Knuckles.
I like that one. Okay, 3-0 right now for Valencia. Now, if you were around for the first best of one that we had seen today, it was Downey that was 5-0 up against Milliken. And so keep in mind, too, that at that point, their coach, for Milliken, excuse me, they had gone for a timeout there. They made a big strategic change on Milliken's end, in the same position as Warren, and they were able to convert their very first round. I'm focused on the coach right now for Warren in these next 2 rounds. If they can't convert these rounds, are they? Will they? And what can they do when they do go for a timeout?
Already over on top of the rubble. I like this positioning that's forward over on A, but again, the repositioning out of the attackers. Warren to B. Going for the close quarters site with close quarters weaponry, right? So they're opting to make a decision towards the area that works best for the tools they have in hand. A wise choice, but they've given up so much space. We actually see Yulhi on that flank coming through, maybe able to find one. No, find none. Nothing connects. They were not expecting so many to fall back. And Karma hits hard over in the B heaven, Keg.
Yeah, great initiation off of that Rolling Thunder now. 2 left. 4 Warren side. They're funneled into a singular spot. They tried to hold the crossfire, the wide swing. Unlucky there. And I was ready to give so many compliments to Warren too before the post plant had begun. I loved Karma's positioning on top of Fountain. He was pushed way far up and didn't have much tradability, but he was playing such an unusual off angle that someone on Valencia would not have expected that swing to happen so early. But because we did see Nezumi bring out that Rolling Thunder, it cleared the entirety of the site, left anyone in its wake stunned completely, and they couldn't fight back. That was really good from Valencia. And Warren now, they have one very impactful ultimate. That's going to be the Thrash from Poom. It does a great job stunning people and finds a wealth of information. And Zeros, his goal now is to pick up that orb right in front of Agreed, to get their own ultimate. But there's no chance at all. That's the Nezumi to farm it up once again.
There we go with that early trap play, also to pick up space so the defenders get an advantage, but that Dizzy cuts the line of sight of Greed just for a little bit, but the attackers do not capitalize and instead peek after. That flash has diminished. The paranoia comes through though. Maybe they get a second chance at life here, but no. It is B&B able to string together eliminations, 3 in total, to bring the defenders 5-0.
Now, remember what I said 2 rounds ago. This should be the time when Warren's coach calls for a timeout. In general, when you have yeah, there it is, beautiful. The popular nomenclature for a lot of these teams, and like Valorant or any game similar to it, is that when you're down by 5 rounds, you need to call a tactical timeout. It's the Goldilocks era where you can not only help your team mentally reset, tell them to take a deep breath, focus on their emotions, and make sure they can regulate it into the matchup, but also a time where you can see the intricacies of your enemy team and figure out, okay, this is how we can reset up our strategies from the top down to not only bypass them, but find a path for success. And that studying can only come through the best STEM students that you could possibly get. Warren, I have full faith they can reconvene and just start everything back over and bring things to an even match. Oh, I rap got it there for a second.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, hey, getting it in all at once is definitely the play. The same way that these players have to have that discussion in the timeout as well, Keg. A minute seems both an eternity and not too long at all, especially after 5
Yeah.
rounds have already gone and slipped out of the fingers of Warren. So it's absolutely sensible that, you know, everyone's got to be compressed within that 1 minute.
Now, keep in mind, too, Warren, in this rule set, that was their only timeout for this best of 1. They get no more for the entirety of the game, not even for the second half. I did want to highlight one thing, though, before the match really gets started. B&B, right now on Valencia, is 10-1. They have gotten 10 eliminations and only been fallen 1 time in a round. That is unprecedented. That is so good. And on a character, too, that isn't even meant to really get that many eliminations, it goes to show that Valencia is playing such a quiet and smooth game where they're allowing Warren to take more space than they normally should, just for the crunch from these defenders.
There we go. Use of utility to clear out the space. I like that out of Warren, that they're aware of Valencia's habits towards the A side of the map. So they're willing to kind of use utility to clear up that space. But this is also, again, conditioning from the side of Valencia. We brought that up earlier in map number 1 in Downey's match. So once again, it comes into play here. Aftershock comes out from the breach to try and buy time. Here comes the Killjoy lockdown to get space. And it does, but not before the spike plant is completely denied by B&B. So again, time now taken away with only 25 seconds left on the clock. It has to go down here on A. The attackers are committed.
Agreed.
But Valencia have all the information they need to make a swift retake.
Green needs to use their ultimate right now. A gigantic RPG. That would be huge to clear out the right side.
There he goes around the corner, clearing into tree, but Green falls. They don't opt for that ultimate, unfortunately, for the side of Warren. So that's going to mean that Valencia take the cake.
Okay. Not even needing the showstopper there. That's going to be Green. The Raze's ultimate was a good save. I don't know how I feel about not using it there, right? If you're a Raze, you're always looking for an opportunity with your kit to find these close, condensed areas with as many enemies as possible, to use a gigantic rocket to blow them all away. But the good thing about not using it is that your team still won, and now you get to save it for the next round. Look at the economy for Warren. Ashcon, they're not looking good right now with their economy. If they lose this next round, they're going to be forced to bring back down to pistols again.
That is going to be a tough spot, and that's kind of what we're talking about when it comes into Snowball and Keg. You brought it up earlier.
Oh, a collateral!
Moment of silence there out of respect for what I just witnessed.
That is a very rarest thing to see before, and of course, if this is your first time watching Valorant, that is like watching a lunar eclipse.
We call that the collateral elimination. Valencia, a huge lead going into the round just off of that play by Yuli. But Warren slowly evening things up. I think Valencia, you know, maybe a little bit too overconfident with their early lead, and now kind of letting it slip away here. This is an absolutely winnable round for Warren.
Look, if you're Valencia, you want both of Warren's ultimates to be used this round. It could be a great way for them to gain their first. The coverage of the Viper's pit, and of course the Thrash getting information and having stun capabilities against Valencia, but you're still up a body. Make them waste it now. They won't have it for the rest of the half. And now you just have to find a way to entrance yourself back onto a site.
There it is, Jazina. Good 4-3 in this round. Potential here to ace. Potential here to handle the entire round on their own. And they do. That is an ace, ladies and gentlemen. Jazina closing out the round for Warren by themselves. Put the entire team in their backpack and said, we are moving forward towards that finish line. Keg,
What's up?
what is an ace?
So an ace is when you eliminate every single player on the enemy team all by yourself. Jazina went from being 1-6 on the scoreboard to now being the top eliminator of their team. That is such a big turnaround there, and saved the economy single-handedly. That is a morale booster through and through. Now, Yulia does have an interesting ultimate. It's a gigantic sniper, and there it is in full fruition. Not only can it snipe away your enemies, it slows down anyone nearby. Look at Warren on the minimap. Everyone's slowed to a crawl. They're forced to respect Yuli's weaponry now. They don't want to go toe-to-toe against it.
Here it is, a slow approach to BNC. Over at...
Teleport's ready.
Oh, Yuli, you can get overwhelmed here so easily. Forced to run away. The Thrash could easily stun this chamber. Oh, but it doesn't. Shot down by Nightwing. Now that Thrash is lost.
There it is, Wingman. Time taken away after having planted the spike. Zeros tries to push deep into CT to get an extra advantage, but it doesn't work out. Has to respect the tour de force. Greed satcheling out, Paranoia to blind them. Good stall for time by Aor Loves, but unfortunately it's not enough. Fights don't go into the favor of Warren. Yulhi gets the defuse. Nezumi finishes it off, and that's going to be the Rolling Thunder built up for the defenders. Valencia, a huge lead, showing dominance similar to Downey from game 1.
This is a really subtle thing for Valencia, but there's a big strategic change going to the rest of this half. Notice BNB now bringing out this gigantic weapon. That is a bulky boy. It's called an Odin, and what it can do is that as an LMG, it's expensive. It has 100 bullets of ammunition inside of it, but it can tear through almost every single wall on this map. So you could be standing where Jazina is right now, and on the other side of that wall, you can still shoot right through that and be eliminated. That's going to make A and C hits a lot more difficult for Warren now. They have to be very careful pushing in. And the worst part, Ashkan, is that because BNB didn't find any fights that last round, they have no idea that BNB has that Odin.
Go get him.
Greed setting up that boom bot, get a little bit of extra information as A has already been taken, and with all of that space shored up by Valencia, they can add more resources, more agents, more bodies to the rest of the map, which they do. Yulhi as well, posting up on the spot they found prior success with at C, and Greed holding at the top of rubble is able to find one, but the rest of the squad of Warren rotates in. Fights break out across the map. Yulsi finds one at C. Nezumi left alone at A. And this is a scramble for Valencia because contact has been made across the map, Keg. They don't necessarily know what's going on as the defenders.
Poom does have an ultimate though. They don't know A side's completely clear, but they can teleport anywhere on the map, and they might be able to get some distance in the back of the spawn or even on site itself.
30 seconds left.
It's out, sprayed down by the Odin. That's going to be the Paranoia out once again to stall for time. Plant still going out, but again delayed by the aftershock. This utility
Oh my
out of
God.
Valencia. It is perfect, Keg.
That was wonderful. A double through the wall penetration Odin elimination is not something you see every day. This has been nothing but unicorn elims that we've been seeing so far in this best of 1.
Yeah, I mean, they are masters of utilizing the utility in hand as well as the tools they carry. And Yulhi, that operator, I kind of want to touch on that a little bit more, Keg, because it poses such a threat to the long range. Can you kind of describe it, break it down for me?
Oh yeah, absolutely. So the operator's a unique weapon in this game because it's a sniper rifle. It's long range. It will one-shot elim anybody that goes up against it unless they're specifically hit in the legs. And that means, though, if you miss that shot, it's very easy to be mispositioned and lose your own life, essentially, for the round if you miss. So it is a very high-risk, high-reward weapon. And speaking of high risk, high reward, already being down a Sentinel. Keep in mind now you don't have any information for what's behind you. Spike goes down on B side, but there's a double flank for Valencia.
We see Greed coming in with the showstopper, able to find one with it. That's that RPG Keg brought up earlier. Aftershock to clear out the rest of B main. With the help of their initiator, Greed is looking to retake the site. Nightwing swings in as well, but
Wow.
it's B&B with the Odin, and that is Roaring Thunder to end the round. Valencia, a 9th round in their pocket. We go to round 11.
I mean, remember, keep in mind, when we had our last best of 1, same exact map, same exact scoreline too. It was up to Warren to potentially clutch these last 2 rounds, but they ended up not doing it. However, oh, I'm sorry, not Warren, it was Milliken. But Milliken did find success in the first 2 rounds of the second half. So it's not over for Warren yet if they can't convert any more rounds this half. If this ends 11-1, they have still a pretty good chance of bringing things to an even scoreline on the second half. Not all is lost just yet.
Here comes the trap play. Defaulted strategy. As Greed is looking to retake the site. Nightwing swings in as well, but it's B&B with the Odin, and that is Roaring Thunder to end the round. Defaulted strategy. that Valencia have been using time and time again. But this time, keeping the agents around a little bit longer before abandoning greed. Poem lurking up, but Nightwing is aware. All they need to do is around the corner. There could be a potential contact here. Jump jiggle. Mechanical skill and technique to gather information there.
Oh, Yuli.
But also not put yourself at risk.
Doesn't check the corner. Chamber's so good because he can teleport off of an operator shot. You could use that to overextend towards that brown box where Yuli was at. An angle that almost no attacker ever checks.
B&B with this Odin has been such a thorn in the side of Warren. All they need to do is clear out, but the window of opportunity is so slim. Greed, though, shipped away, only 40 HP, but they do have an initiator coming in. Their buddy Breach. And I think this is just going
30
to
seconds left.
influence Warren to back away from A, abandon ship. They saw all different kinds of utility. Different kinds of utility means different agents, and if you can count it all up, that means you can go figure out, by deduction, where the sites are weakest. They've determined it at C. Warren is going to step on, and they are correct. That being said, Valencia is more
10
than prepared
seconds
to
left.
retake the site, Keg.
10 seconds left. Remember, it takes 4 seconds to plant the spike. Any less than that, it's an automatic disqualification of the round.
Sprays through from the Odin. Karma in a corner, but they're all alone. That being said, they weren't cleared by greed. Now finally traded out. Numbers are dwindling for the side of Warren until alone Zeros is left alive. Now this is the remaster plus DLC. I think we've seen this situation at least 2 or 3 times now, Keg.
Yeah, absolutely. And look, we're coming closer to having the same scoreline as game number 1 as well. And if you recall, Downey was the team that has won the last 2 years of the City of STEM High School Invitational.
Last round
They
in the
are
half.
so dominant at this game. But now it seems like Valencia, if they're able to win this best of 1, could be a very good challenger up against them.
Absolutely. I mean, we will have to see the measure of skill out in the best of 3, but 100% when you look at we use a measure of round differential, Keg, where we can compare the teams to teams of similar skill. Maybe you can also give us a touch on that.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, after a while you watch this game so much, you can kind of see the intricacies and the similarities and differences between a lot of teams. And once again, Yuli's same exact spot once more, goes for the free reposition off the rendezvous. A full C-side potentially. Can't hit the Wingman. Wingman's such a good little character, though. He can automatically plant the spike unless you eliminate him himself.
And because of that elimination on Wingman with the spike plant denied, a lockdown ultimate has to be invested by Warren to go and retrieve that spike safely and get it planted. They were opting, I think, to use the lockdown
planted.
for post-plant originally to buy time for the
One
spike to
enemy
detonate,
remaining.
but they're not given that opportunity as the retake comes in swiftly. All of that utility stalled, and they were stuck. Fish in a barrel. The way Valencia have been able to flank Keg and gather space around the map, I think has been so efficient for their defense.
It really just goes to show how great the coordination for Valencia is. They recognize that, okay, the KJ's been eliminated. We can now go behind everyone on the attacking side now that there's no info gathering utility against them anymore, to sneak up right behind and go for the strike. And for the most part, a lot of attacking teams are none the wiser. They're not prepared for a flank immediately.
Now this time around, though, it is Warren with that Killjoy turret, that Killjoy utility, the agent as a whole, really.
There.
And a lot of times we can see that agent cover both C and B on their own with the help of a Viper Wall because, again, that passive utility we discussed in the first map. You set down a turret, you set down an alarm bot, and those 2 pieces of utility will give you a trigger on whether or not an agent has walked into your site. So that gives you a signal to rotate off of. That being said, we're seeing the normal standard procedure of interactions at A before making our way to C, Keg.
And this will be kind of tough, too. A great thing to do... Oh, wait. The Aftershock did not break the turret? Really? Okay, we'll talk about that later. But this is a fast entry in now. Who's yet to get a kill, may very well get there first here. Not quite the case just yet, but they're playing with the team. They're using their utility very, very well. That being said, though, Valencia, they've done a great job taking control of the site. Last 2 left alive, separated out. There is a chance. Aor does not have any utility.
player
Karma
standing.
all the same. Unlucky though. Double unlucky. That's match point now for Valencia. So I'm a little confused about what happened there on the
Match
entry.
point.
A lot of the time, what controller characters like the Omen or the Viper will do is that they can take or recognize where a Killjoy turret is, they can smoke it off, and then you can go around the smoke, and the KJ turret will never see you. But instead what happened is that Nezumi had predicted the KJ turret would be on that leftmost corner, sent out an aftershock, which is just like a bunch of pulsing fire that comes out and hurts anybody in it. Did not hit the turret. It just barely missed by pixels. I thought that was very interesting.
It's definitely a tough one. Very similarly, we actually just saw it right now with that Omen blind, the Paranoia. Greed comes in, swings it with the Spectre, is able to find an elimination onto Aor Loves. Kind of chilling
Spike
around.
down A.
Boom! An elimination of their own, and even on lesser weapons, Warren's still here, putting up a fight. And being a little bit more risky, more daring, knowing that with their backs against the wall, they might as well go big or go home.
Yeah, and sometimes just being overly aggressive here and just barreling down a site can be good to overwhelm the defenders, but choosing now... Oh, there you go, Poom, the Sheriff Warrior. Okay. And now because of that over-rotation from Warren, they assumed, oh, well, okay, we need to take down these attackers while we can. They've left C-side completely open besides the Killjoy utility.
Here goes the Nanoswarms, an attempt to buy for time. And I like this plant back sight. The snake bite comes through. That's a little bit of free chip damage. A good play by Jazina. Heal here around this corner. Needs to find the elimination of the flanker. Otherwise, it could prove to be disastrous, which it is. Poom, good for 3. Really putting this round on their backs and coming around with the flank. Greed needs to
Last
turn,
player
but
standing.
I don't think it'll
One
turn
enemy
fast
remaining.
enough. As the round swings into the favor of Warren, they buy a little bit of extra time, moving us into round 15. Okay?
You know what? Maybe not quite beat for beat anymore. Very similar to what we had seen in our first best of 1 today. This is good for Warren. They've been able to pick up a Phantom. Aor's been able to stay alive for the round. And now they can help build up the economy more for Warren. It's a risky spot for Valencia. They can go for a full save here. They have 10 rounds of buffer room. Core difference, though, in terms of the macro economy this time, Ashcon, is that there's a chamber that Yuli is rocking. Chamber doesn't need to necessarily buy too many weapons. He can use his secondary gadget, his Headhunter, to one-shot headshot anybody. And that means he can use that extra money to give weapons to his teammates, thus probably never having a full eco round.
One of the unique aspects of Chamber. Sometimes the way you affect the game is not necessarily through utility directly on the map, but the economy. And that's kind of what is part of that decision-making process for Valorant.
And there we go, full initiation back in. Boom, good for 1. Hidden away, removing the Viper, a great way to stop for the post plant. Thrash now available, could go for the stun. Does affect at least 1. I'm not sure if Yulia she's available there. Oh, looks like she wasn't stunned. But this is a full lineup. Karma can just run and gun everywhere. No. B&B still hidden away. Nazumi's good for 3. This could very well be it. 1 left alive now. It's down to Aor. They've been good to be that anchor. Be stalwart to hold on. But at this very moment, 1v1s everywhere. Nazumi's good for 4 for the round and converts into the grand finals. They're going to be meeting Downey.
Keg.
What's
Listen,
up?
it was an awesome second map. Both of these teams that have moved forward to the grand finals are strong contenders. Downey making their way up. Obviously, they've won prior, so they're feeling comfortable here in the grand finals. But Valencia has taken Warren's spot. In prior years, it was Warren who has had to face off against Downey. But we are seeing the potential for not just a new finalist, but a potential new champion. And I think that's a really exciting prospect here for the City of STEM Esports Invitational.
Yeah, it's really interesting. And considering that this was an invitational that was open to all high schools of Los Angeles and Orange County, it's been amazing to see who's made it to the very top. And given that both these teams, from what we've seen so far, have a very similar play style, the grand finals, of course, will be beyond just Lotus. We'll be seeing new maps too. This will be uncharted waters for both these teams. We don't really know what to expect from other maps from these two, or we don't really know what they can expect from each other either. So it's going to be a very, very interesting best of 3 grand finals here today.
Absolutely, and we're going to get right into the action. Of course, the kids have been competing all day, so they're going to need to grab a quick bite, and so do we, and so should you, because nothing is better than dinner and a show. So, we'll catch you after this break.
Can I be your star tonight? You fill my soul with light the day we met. I don't wanna leave your side. Have me by your side when the sun sets. Let's leave for an eternity. We'll sail across the lights beyond the sky. I'll be with you eternally. I'm an addict for your love, it keeps me high. Can I be your star tonight? You fill my soul with light the day we met. I don't wanna leave your side. Have me by your side when the sun sets. Let's leave for an eternity. We'll sail across the lights beyond the sky. I'll be with you eternally. I'm an addict for your love, it keeps me high.
Left and right, 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 want you to get on your feet. Stand up, stand up, stand up. Come on, get loose with the heat. Right now, right now. Get the body till you black out. So get the fuck up.
Where am I going now? Just falling over dreams. Now I'm just so far gone, this isn't what it seems. Taking me so damn long, it's fading from belief. I need to slow this down, it's burning from beneath. Come break this line, this lone's in my eyes. Holding on for what is worth my life. I know inside, I'll make it up the vine. Find my way to giants in the sky. Tonight it comes to life.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah. insane. But I wouldn't have it any other way. If we're knocked out, we'll go the distance, pound for pound. We're a perfect match, pulling punches, or toe to toe. We're always on the road. Worse or better, we can't stop, we can't stop. 'Cause together we're better off, and we can. Better off, better off. Better off. I am crooked, you're clean cuts. I'm wide-eyed, your eyes are shut. If we're knocked out, we'll go the distance, pound for pound. We're a perfect match, pulling punches, or toe to toe. We're always on the road. Worse or better, we can't stop, we can't stop. 'Cause together we're better off, and we can. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah. I like you, but it's not okay. Whatever, can I walk away? Oh yeah. Can still see your face, so tell me what to do, 'cause I can't find a way. Baby, please just tell me if I'm, tell me if I'm, tell me if I'm fine. Tell me if I'm, tell me if I'm, tell me if I'm, baby, please just tell me if I'm fine.
Just tell me if I'm fine.
But it's not okay. Whatever, can I walk away? Oh yeah. I love you too, don't love me back, back. I can't stand this feeling inside my mind. Baby, please just tell me if I'm fine. Please just tell me if I'm fine. 'Cause I don't know why it's stuck in my heart, baby. Please just tell me if I'm fine.
Just tell me if I'm fine.
You say I make you nervous, a tragedy, I'm a beautiful disaster, a reckoning, you wonder how I got this way. You think I'm someone to be saved, someone to clean up and tame. Oh, some things never change, never change. Oh. You think I would look pretty on your arm once you cover up my bruises and battle scars, but it always ends the same. Can't bear the things I've had to face, got you crying on your knees in pain. Oh, some things never change, never change. Oh, you'll break your back to make me feel again, suffocate to make me breathe again, lose your mind from endless pain. Some things never change, never change. Oh, redemption never came. I stopped asking for forgiveness, cause you should know only fools tread where the angels fear to go, but you keep trying to get too close. Save myself by turning into stone, so save your judgment cause you just don't know. But some things never change, never change. Oh, they say I should feel guilty and change my ways, leaving crumpled bodies in my wake. Swear I didn't mean to make them break, swear I didn't mean to make them break. But they're so delicate and so mundane, and they keep coming like a moth to a flame. Oh, some things never change, never change. You'll break your back to make me feel again, suffocate to make me breathe again, lose your mind from endless pain. Some things never change, never change. Oh, redemption never came.
And I've been chillin', watching the ocean with you, baby, up with a slow motion crew. And we up in our growlings when people change, but not us. And we just chillin', kicking it, kissed by the sun. Could be soaked to the skin in the monsoon. I know she got the good vibes when seasons change, but we're the same. Even if I lost all my money, the zero runs deep, honey. And I don't need to speak a single word, cause you got me holding, holding. Even if my jokes aren't funny, my tongue tied up on it. And I don't need to speak a single word, cause you got me holding, holding. like a bass guitar. Simmer down and mash me up. Tripping like I'm Jimmy at Woodstock. Drive me around in your red Ford. Shivers down my spinal cord. Oh, 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 oh. 'Cause you got me holding, holding. Even if I lost all my money, the zero runs deep, honey. And I don't need to speak a single word. 'Cause you got me holding, holding. Even if my jokes sound funny, my tongue tied up on it. And I don't need to speak a single word. 'Cause you got me holding, holding. Even if I lost all my money, the zero runs deep, honey. And I don't need to speak a single word. 'Cause you got me holding, holding. Even if my jokes sound funny, my tongue tied up on it. And I don't need to speak a single word. 'Cause you got me holding, holding. Holding. Hold me close till I get up. Time is barely on our side. I don't wanna waste what's left. The storms we chase are leading us, and love is all we'll ever trust. Yeah, no, I don't wanna waste what's left. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, till my shadow turns to sun rays. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways. And on we'll go. Finding life along the way, melodies we haven't played. No, I don't want no rest. Echoing around these walls, fighting to create a song. I don't wanna miss a beat. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, till my shadow turns to sun rays. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways. And on we'll go. And we'll grow in number, fueled by them to see the horizon, turn us to thousands. And we'll grow in number, fueled by them to see the horizon, turn us to thousands. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, till my shadow turns to sun rays. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways. And on we'll go.
Let me take you for a ride, dancing with the light. by my baby, dancing with the lights. Together we could chase the sun tonight. Let me take you for a ride. Ooh, tonight. Let me take you for a ride. All right. Let me take you for a ride. Ooh, tonight. Oh, tonight.
I don't know if I'm changing over. In the moonlight, I can't kill this feeling sober. So I start to come alive. I don't know what starts to control me. I let it go, another soul that's underneath. I don't really care about this all. It's the fall that kills me. With our back against the wall, just feed the beast and you'll see. Wait for me. I don't die inside my reality. Wait for me. I want you to remember me this way. I feel like that we're getting closer to a brand new night. The past is finally getting over. I really think it's time to say goodbye. I don't know what starts to control me. I let it go, another soul that's underneath. I don't really care about this all. It's the fall that kills me. With our back against the wall, just feed the beast and you'll see. Wait for me. I don't wanna die inside my reality. Wait for me. I don't want you to remember me this way.
never felt so alive in my life. 'Cause you make me come to life every time I'm free. Oh, and I'm loving all that you do. Can't you see that I'm crashing right into you? That I'm crashing right into you. I'm free. Oh, and I'm loving all that you do. Can't you see that I'm crashing right into you? Yeah, I'm free falling. Can you hear me calling for you? Yeah, I'm free falling. I'ma keep on falling for you. I'm free. Oh, and I'm loving all that you do. Can't you see that I'm crashing right into you? I've never felt so alive in my life. 'Cause you make me come to life every time I'm free. Oh, and I'm loving all that you do. Can't you see that I'm crashing right into you? That I'm crashing right into you. I'm free. Oh, and I'm loving all that you do. Can't you see that I'm crashing right into you? Yeah, I'm free falling. Can you hear me calling for you? Yeah, I'm free falling. I'ma keep on falling for you. I'm free. Oh, and I'm loving all that you do. Can't you see that I'm crashing right into you? That I'm crashing right into you. I don't wanna see you while you fall apart. Even though you told me to get back your heart, I still spin inside your orbit. Yeah. You say that I should probably start to walk away. I'm hoping that you'll stop and make me have to stay. 'Cause I'm floating in your orbit. Yeah, I'm stuck in your space. Just my luck. Put me away, you understand. There's nothing left to say. Pull me back, take my hand. Come on, name, you understand. I wanna stay. 'Cause I don't wanna walk away. 'Cause I don't wanna walk away. 'Cause I don't wanna walk away. Yeah, I'm stuck in your space. It's my luck. Put me away, you understand. There's nothing left to say. Pull me back, take my hand. I wanna leave, you understand. I wanna stay. 'Cause I don't wanna walk away. I don't wanna see you while you fall apart. Even though you told me to get back your heart, still spinning inside your orbit. I should probably start to walk away. I'm hoping that you'll stop and make me have to stay. 'Cause I'm floating in your orbit. Pull me back, take my hand. Come on, name, you understand. I wanna stay. 'Cause I don't wanna walk away. Yeah, I'm stuck in your space. It's my luck. Put me away, you understand. There's nothing left to say. Pull me back. 'Cause I don't wanna walk away. Cause I don't wanna walk away. Cause I don't wanna walk away. I'm not gonna give up. I'm not gonna give up on you. To fill the space between us. Yeah, I'm gonna be there for you. I'm not gonna give up. I'm not gonna give up on you. I'm not gonna give up. I'm not gonna give up on you. I'm not gonna give up. I'm not gonna give up on you. To fill the space between us. Yeah, I'm gonna be there for you. Yeah, I'm gonna be there for you. Give up on you.
Sometimes I'm selfish, get jealous. I feel a little helpless. My whole world has shifted again. You made a promise, I kept it. Now I'm second guessing. My whole world has shifted again. Now I drive back to an empty home, and it's setting in. Now that your things are gone, what have I done? Was everything worth this? I guess I deserve this. Why do I run whenever I'm hurting? I guess I'm still learning how to love.
getting freaky. Yeah, what you gonna do when I come? Everybody know I'm a visual. Yeah, I kill it cold like a criminal. I'm everybody's type, but nobody can deny. Yes, you know I get it. 나는 아무리 봐도 I'm getting freaky. Yeah, I'ma bring the crazy. Get that freaky on. Get that freaky on. I'm getting freaky. Get it right. Get that freaky on. 신경 끄고 다 같이 freaky. Yeah, I'ma bring the crazy. Get that freaky on. Get that freaky on. I'm getting freaky. Get it right. 상관하지 마. I'm getting freaky, yeah, I'ma bring the crazy. Get that freaky on, get that freaky on. I'm getting freaky, get it right. 상관하지 마. I'll be on the top killer. I'll be on the top winner. I'll be on the top killer. I'll be on the top 'cause I own it, know it, I'm a red. I'm getting freaky, yeah, I'ma bring the crazy. Get that freaky on, get that freaky on. I'm getting freaky, get it right. Get that freaky on, 신경 끄고 다 같이 freaky. Yeah, I'ma bring the crazy. Get that freaky on, get that freaky on. I'm getting freaky, get it right. 상관하지 마. could change what you wanted. I wish that I could change what you wanted. I wish that I could change what you wanted. I wish that I could change what you wanted. I wish that I could change what you wanted. I wish that I could change what you wanted. Why we always looking for more? Why we always looking for more? Why we always looking for more?
If we try to believe in anything greater than a miracle, it wouldn't be this difficult. If we try to be a negative bull, yeah, we could be taking control. If we try to believe in anything greater than a miracle, it wouldn't be this difficult. If we try to be a negative bull, yeah, we could be taking control. 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 If we try to believe in anything greater than a miracle, it wouldn't be this difficult. If we try to be a negative bull, yeah, we could be taking control. If we try to believe in anything greater than a miracle, it wouldn't be this difficult. If we try to be a negative bull, yeah, we could be taking control. 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 Negative bull, yeah, we could be taking control.
Mama said you're meant to burn as bright as a star among the midnight sky. All the pressure blinded me, but now I see I'm no different from the rest. You said I'd fly away, but my walls have kept me down. Now I'm lost and I'm afraid, and I'm close to hit the ground. You said I'd fly away. You said I'd fly anyway, but I keep on falling. You said I'd fly anyway, but I keep on falling. But I keep on falling. We're all searching for that open door. Show me proof that there is something more. I just hope I am okay with the choices I make. Maybe then I'll understand. You said I'd fly away,
it's a game. I'm not gonna play, but maybe you should do whatever you need to erase me. It's all just a game. You think I'm gonna play, but maybe you should do whatever you need to erase me.
Fill my soul with light the day we met. I don't wanna leave your side. Have me by your side when the sun sets. Let's leave for an eternity. We'll sail across the lights beyond the sky. I'll be with you eternally. I'm an addict for your love, it keeps me high. Fill my soul with light the day we met. I don't wanna leave your side. Have me by your side when the sun sets. Let's leave for an eternity. We'll sail across the lights beyond the sky. I'll be with you eternally. I'm an addict for your love, it keeps me high.
Where am I going now? Just falling over dreams. Now I'm just so far gone, this isn't what it seems. Taking me so damn long, it's fading from belief. I need to slow this down, it's burning from beneath. Come break this line, this flows in my own sights. Holding on for what is worth my life. I'm out inside, I'll make it up the vine. Find my way to giants in the sky. Tonight it comes to life.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah. Better off, better off. I am wicked, you're insane. But I wouldn't have it any other way. If we're knocked out, we'll go the distance. Pound for pound, we're a perfect match. Pulling punches, we're toe to toe. We're always on the road. Worse or better, we can't stop, we can't stop. 'Cause together, we're better off. And we can. Better off, better off. Better off. I am crooked, you're clean cuts. I'm wide-eyed, your eyes are shut. If we're knocked out, we'll go the distance. Pound for pound, we're a perfect match. Pulling punches, or toe to toe, we're always on the road. Worse or better, we can't stop, we can't stop. 'Cause together, we're better off. And we can. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah.
I like it, but it's not okay. Whatever, can I walk away? Oh yeah. Can still see your face, so tell me what to do, 'cause I can't find a way. Baby, please just tell me if I'm, tell me if I'm, tell me if I'm fine. Tell me if I'm, tell me if I'm, tell me if I'm, baby, please just tell me if I'm fine.
Just tell me if I'm fine.
I like it, but it's not okay. Whatever, can I walk away? Oh yeah. I love you too, don't love me back, back. I can't stand this feeling inside my mind, mind. Baby, please just tell me if I'm fine. Please just tell me if I'm fine. 'Cause I don't know why. Stuck in my heart, baby. Please just tell me if I'm fine.
Just tell me if I'm fine.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the City of STEM High School Invitational by Downey Unified School District. My name is Keg, and I'm joined by Ashcom once again. We've had an amazing day so far. We've seen 2 best of ones to see who our championship teams will be into this best of 3. We have Downey versus Valencia. But Ashcon, before we get into things, we do have a small word from our sponsor. Not sponsor.
Good afternoon, everyone. On behalf of the Board of Education of the Downey Unified School District and everyone in Downey Unified, I want to welcome all of you to the 4th annual City of STEM Esports High School Championship. My name is John Garcia, and I'm the proud superintendent of Downey Unified School District. Downey Unified and our Board of Education is very proud to sponsor this Esports Invitational again because it reinforces our mission to make sure that every one of our students in Downey graduates college and career ready, globally competitive, and a citizen of strong character. And that we're preparing students not only for the jobs of today, but the jobs of tomorrow, because there are so many amazing careers associated with esports. I want to congratulate all the teams that started this competition and competed in this year's Invitational. There were some incredibly exciting matches along the way. I want to also thank our friends and our sponsors at Lollipop Labs, the City of STEM itself, and the Columbia Memorial Space Center for continuing to champion STEM all throughout Los Angeles and Orange counties. I also want to recognize our partners and our friends at the City of Downey and our Downey City Council for all of their partnership and support for this event as well. Lastly, I want to congratulate our 2 finalists today. You've competed incredibly hard to get where you are in this final, and it's going to be an outstanding competition. I want to wish both teams a great match. Have fun and good luck. Thanks, everyone.
All right, and welcome back. Here we are. We're going to get into a best of 3, but before we do, we want to talk a little bit more about the game of Valorant. Starting off with the defensive side of 2 sides, both the defenders and attackers, we're going to go through a couple of key tips for the match. On the defending side of the map, you want to protect 2 to 3 sites across the map to deny attackers entry from planting the spike.
Yeah, absolutely.
And then you also want to use your defensive side abilities to slow down the attackers. Usually you'll have sentinels playing that role. And of course you want to trade teammates when you're fighting with enemies. Of course, you want to surprise the enemies by hiding in corners, because on the defensive side you have the advantage of catching the enemy by surprise. And you want to be playing, again, those agents that are following the sentinel role, like Sage and Cypher, so they don't push swiftly.
I mean, look, the defensive side of Valorant can be really complex, but the attacking side requires so much brain power, it's not even funny. Your goal as the attacker is to protect the spike and make sure these defenders cannot go for the defuse. And let me tell you, that's a lot easier said than done. You want to play agents to be able to gather information where defenders might be, such as your skies, geckos, a whole bunch of different info gathering agents, as well as using utility like flashes, drones, and the ultimates that each character can wield to enter a site to counter different abilities. And of course, you can split amongst the map so defenders need to watch multiple angles at once, and that's super helpful with like your smoke characters, being able to deny those lines of sights. And of course, last but not least, you need to be able to communicate with your team. That's the #1 most important thing when it comes to Valorant, esports, and frankly, just living in general. Being able to communicate and work together as a team will get you so much farther in life, and I feel like these 2 teams, Ashcon, are about to prove that in spades.
Absolutely, and these 2 teams are moving forward into their very first map of Sunset. And Keg, the world of Valorant is actually based in like an alternative version of Earth, and Sunset is actually in Southern California, Los Angeles. So I think it's really awesome that we get to move forward to, you know, a map that is so close to home, yet so far.
I mean, look, I feel like I've seen some of these buildings before, and let me tell you, the traffic outside on the outer edge of the map is not representative of LA.
Absolutely. Yeah, you know what? You're right. I have not seen any cars on the map of Sunset, and I think that's pretty unrealistic. Yeah.
But let's talk about Sunset, because this is a very different map from anything else in Valorant. See, Sunset's gimmick is that there is no gimmick. Other maps that you've seen so far, which for Tay has just been Lotus, is that there's been 3 spike sites instead of the traditional 2 that you normally see, and big gigantic doors that can divide out B site and A site. Not the case with Sunset. This map is closed, it's condensed, and it's what we in the industry really call punchy, because you don't really have to slow down too much and really think about your executes a whole lot. It's more so just go in, go in, go in.
Absolutely. I do believe that there is a little bit of mid-control involved with this map of Sunset, and you will likely be seeing that towards the B side of the map when the attackers maybe inevitably decide to split the B site, because Cypher is such an oppressive force on this map. They have a lot of what we call unbreakable trips, where both ends of the tripwire that can normally be destroyed get tucked behind some cover, and you need an extra form of utility to actually access those ends of the trapwire.
And I'm glad you mentioned that too, because we saw the Gecko and the Sky lock-in for each respective team, designed, of course, to find the information like we talked about in the attacker video, but also to use their utility to charge into those tripwires for them to be caught in, and not the actual players themselves, making that Cypher unbreakable trip at least have some sort of viable counter.
Absolutely. I think a lot of the times people forego Molotovs and whatnot to break Cypher trapwires because they're so used to Sova shock darts, which is an agent we haven't actually seen today because we've only played on the map Lotus, but pretty much a lot of these agents have built their identities around a specific role, and because of that, sometimes players might accidentally forego other agents that could commit a similar role.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting how Valorant decided to put agents into specific roles and criteria, which does make a lot of sense, but you'll be noticing different instances where, say, a Viper is traditionally a controller character, but could also double up sometimes as a Sentinel just because of how good she can stall. Well, you'll be seeing that a little bit this game, I would argue, with maybe the Fade pick from Zap, just because you're able to use that utility really quickly and then go in for those punchy plays. Speaking of which, though, Valencia, they're charging forwards. They want to get these early orbs and charge down against Downey super early on, but they've gotten rid of A-Site.
I think Downey actually heard everything happening up on B. Yeah, so they want to full commit over at A. They're throwing out utility galore to get in sight, cut off lines of sight so they don't have to worry about any fights early on. They don't want to lose any bodies so early. It hasn't even passed the minute line. And now, before planting the spike, of course, they want to figure out where the defenders are coming in from for this retake. And unfortunately for Burrito, they're going to find themselves in the ground.
Oh, Yuli was good for that opening pick, but look at this, the meltdown once more, a 1v1 between the two initiators. And we talked about how great their info gathering capabilities are. That Prowler sent out by the Fade spots out where Yuli is. Now she doesn't have a lot of info, not a lot of utility of her own. Oh, but there it is, the wingman distraction, a wide swing to boot. A great way to utilize Gecko utility to gather that first round.
There we go, Valencia picking it up, converting to the round 2, likely going to have to buy up for the Spectres, Bulldogs, Stingers, and it looks like B&B is playing with the Ares. If I'm not mistaken, we were seeing them play with the Odin a little bit earlier on Lotus.
That's right, and B&B at one point, I believe, was 18-4. That means they got 18 eliminations and only 4 elims against themselves in that matchup. And you're right, a lot of that had to do with the Odin. But Lotus is a really good map to utilize that utility, but the Ares has some viability on this map. It's more so playing inside a marketplace to break open that door just in case the attackers push in. And they do!
Oh, that's a nice little insert of the raise, but the door is closed, so there's no teammates coming to help. That's a quick trade out. But I think this benefits more to the attackers because they're able to crack open the site and get the spike down. There's Yulhi coming in, able to find one. Nazumi, another. It's a 2 versus 4 situation. The last 2 attackers playing post-plant from main. But unfortunately for them, the attack presses forward from Valencia as they retake, and Wingman goes for the defuse. Thanks, little guy.
So keep in mind, the biggest defensive strategy both Valencia and Downey had brought out in their previous matchups today was that they would back away as defenders, allow the attackers to get that spike down onto the site, and then just flood the site with their own utility, winning it in something we call a retake.
This goes here.
But keep in mind too, that is for Lotus, and Lotus has become a really good retake map. Sunset, since the very beginning, has been a true to boot retake map completely. So we're going to see the same strategy from both of these sides again. It's really down to the onus of the attackers to switch things up, change the pacing around, and make sure they don't get fully retook upon every single time. And I like this change from Downey. They're playing it slow. They're doing what we call a default, showing presence everywhere on the map at once, trying to bait out that utility from these defenders, and coaxing a way to figure out where they want to end the round. And it looks like B may be the option. If you take a look at the bottom of the minimap, it's going to be the Cypher, rotating all the way from A site back over to B, where there's no utility except for Yuli's presence.
That early presence definitely inspired a rotation to the A side of the map by the defenders. You see 3 of Valencia's agents over there, but as soon as they spot someone peek out of B main, then the agents rotate on back. So now, with 45 seconds left on the clock, we have to see if Downey actually wants to commit to the site. With the extra agents on board too, the fights could prove to be difficult.
38 seconds left.
They read that. They walk away, Keg, and they're just going to cut noise and keep Valencia guessing.
30 seconds
The
left.
reset and re-hit here. No one of Valencia over-rotated.
There we go, popping out. Haunt to get extra information. Double satchel to pull crosshairs away. Disturb the mechanics of Valencia. And it works in Downey's favor. It's a 3 versus 3, but Yulhi currently alone on the site. They have to bide their time, which they do. Swing out of the smoke. Get rid of the planter. That's extra time bought. Time ticking away. And Valencia, even without those eliminations, would have won off of time, Keg.
Absolutely. And now keep an eye on that third round that we had just seen. The weaponry bought up by Downey was imperative for them to keep alive into this next round. Not the case. Valencia was on something we call a bonus buy. They had bought up in round 2. They were able to keep the same tools they had into round 3 and now have those same weapons that they were able to pick up from Downey that last round. And their economy is looking great because they barely had to reinvest.
Obviously spike towards A. Again, that default Keg. So really they're just repeating the same steps over and over.
Yeah, and this is what we call conditioning, right? You want, well, if you're in Downey's perspective, you really want to show the same presence sometimes to Valencia to force out the same actions. That way, in future rounds, you'll be like, oh, okay, I know Yuli plays back A site or B site pillar. Or, oh, yeah, the Cypher plays back A site. But if they keep swapping things up and there's no tradability, you may get eliminated. And Sun, so far into A site, if they fall, no one will be there to back them up to remove that Cypher either. That's the risk here. Nothing but sheriffs to work with. Sure, one-shot, headshot, if possible. Looks like A site will be the way to go. Keep in mind, big weapon differential though. Not a lot for Downey to work with if they push the site.
Oh, that is a nice spray through using the extra information found from a reveal. Nightwing picks off one from Downey, and so patient as well. I love that Valencia do not overextend outwards, even when they know they have an advantage.
Yeah, that's right. Now Nightfall available.
One enemy remaining.
Oh my!
Elimination after elimination after elimination. Okay, it is methodical to the point of perfection, almost robotic, the way that Valencia have been retaking these sites.
And the wild thing, Ashcon, is that Valencia aren't doing anything different than they did in the first map. They're playing the same exact way. Full retake city. They're willing to wait a long time before engaging in these opening fights. And a common thing that we see a lot of players do, even at the highest level of play, is that they overextend. They want to push forwards into enemy territory. They want to take those fights. And more often than not, they don't win them out, and they lose it. And they take eliminations and bodies away from a defensive team like Valencia. And we're not seeing that here. They're not giving anything to Downey whatsoever. A-side once again. This time, better weaponry in the toe of Downey to work with. Oh, that suppressing knife doesn't find much info. Oh, no, I'm sorry. I apologize. They do find a wealth of information off of that pick. And now they know this should be an A-side hit.
With the spike leaning towards it as well. And Keg, you pointed in the last round, Nightfall is ready, so it could be utilized to take space on the site, or they can hold it to fend off the retake. That's what Downey have been struggling with, is Valencia come on in after the spike is planted and take back the site from the clutches of Downey. If Downey holds on to these ultimates, they can wait and use them, bide their time to react and respond. Let's see how it goes. Attackers entering onto the site. Nezumi waiting for the smoke. Swings out, not even waiting for the spike to be planted before finding two. Tries to go for a third, stuck in that position. Pooh counters each Cypher, finding two in this round. Sun around the corner in a little bit of a cheesy spot, but cannot find what they were looking for. Zap on the site, though, has been such an amazing force for this squad of Downey, and they prove that to be true even here in the grand finals.
The beauty of Valorant is that you can have such subtle changes that almost nobody will recognize it unless you have a keen eye looking out for it. Downey, they had this attack on the A site with full expectations that they would have a full retake up against them. They hid in those, as you said, like cheesy corners. Zap, Sun, holding it down, waiting for the push in for Valencia, rather than holding angles, waiting for them to swing onto themselves. Now, Valencia, they'll have to be much more careful and much slower on these retakes. They'll have to check every corner and make sure no stone is left unturned. Because if they do, they might emerge from that stone and have a bit of a rocky time, I suppose. But B-side's yet to be tested. We don't know what could be laying behind here just yet. Good call for Valencia to stack up on B, knowing full well this should be the adaptation this time.
Oh, there's Greed, using the paint shells to buy time, even though an ultimate is invested by Downey. Trades are going to come across, but honestly, not too bad for Valencia. Yes, they lose two agents, but they have a bit of an information edge, and a lot of damage has been done to the members of Downey as well. So low on those health points, Keg.
Great Nightfall coming out here. That's going to be a wealth of information. No, not discovered. Just barely out of the cyber cage. Nightwing still falls. That means mid, still the 1v1. Spy versus 5 contested. A 2v2 now. Now, Nezumi has an ultimate. It's called a neural theft. It can find everybody on the map on the enemy team. A 2v2 once again. That's going to be huge if it's used here, but it's too late.
Oh, I like this smoke to cover the line of sight. Of course, Haunt is going to come out. A bold move by Nezumi, but a needed one. Unfortunately, Favor does not find them. As Valencia, BNB goes to save that Odin. It's a really expensive weapon to have, so they want to keep it in their hands for as long as possible.
Absolutely. It's, I believe, the second most expensive weapon in the game. You need to make sure, okay, I cannot lose this here, especially with Valencia now losing the last 2 rounds in a row. Their economy has not been in a good position. Look at Nezumi, look at BNB. Even if they go down this round and maybe even win the round still, they probably don't have enough to reinvest in the full armor and full weaponry. That's something to keep in mind with the rest of your team. You need to stay on the same pace as everyone else. Otherwise, you might become the weak link of the team for that round. Now, this is an interesting change of pace again. Downey the last 2 rounds have fast pushed A site and B. Valencia's expectation now is that they want to play proactive. They want to face Valencia head on. But there's already information found outside of B. And they have found nothing outside of A main. Instead, Downey, they want to change the pace and see if there's that contact play, and they'd be right had it actually gone through. But now they're just going to bide their time and wait possibly till the last second to pounce back on the B site and keep Valencia guessing.
Again, another Haunt to reveal over at B. The information goes. And those site holders are going to have to stay. Meanwhile, contact at A with just a Cypher. That's not really going to convince anyone to rotate from the defenders, right? Because that agent is usually a lurker, usually on their own. But in reality, it's a fake out. Sun finds the elimination that they want, and this could snowball into a huge opportunity for Downey. But time is ticking away. Only 30 seconds left. They have to make a decision fast, and it looks like, Keg, that decision is to go B.
All right, teleport already on to a B site. That's going to be a huge opener here. Keep in mind, look at the ultimates. The robot, KO, a null command. That'll make sure nobody on Downey on site can use their abilities at all. Sun's going to be waiting in case someone comes through mid. No one will, though. He has to make contact early on through tiles. Does it work out? The answer is yes. Nezumi falls, but there's a trade. That's going to be a strong beginning here. 2 on site, 2 mid, or 2 main, excuse me. Burrito, though, the push-up, no one's there. It's all on pillar. Wingman tries to go for the defuse. Nightwing, can it be done? The answer might be yes. Baby's waiting for the strafe. Still has utility. Info, the dog, bite. There it is, a stun. Perfect time for Poot the Rain through, and Downey, they have the coordination to get their third.
The utility usage from Downey is superb. I mean, if I have to describe these teams right now, Keg, I feel like the aim, the mechanical skill is definitely with Valencia, but when I look at Downey, the agents they have, and how they're deploying the tools available to them from those agents, they are showing a level of expertise all on its own. Both of these teams clashing as Titans head-to-head in different fields entirely.
Yeah, I agree. But also in terms of similarities, Valencia and Downey are playing very similar to each other. In fact, they even did earlier today. But of course, with that being said, their adaptations are also very strong. Reed's the first to fall, but again, this is a relative save round for Valencia. Idea here is that they're going to force buy a little bit, try to remove or damage some of the economy of Downey. But into this next round, we're likely going to see attack timeout from Valencia. They're going to rechange their strats when they have full rifles again and figure out, okay, what can we do here just to pad up our stats a little bit and just take away guns from Downey. This is not a round designed for Valencia to win.
Finished.
Not at all, but that flank by Yulhi, I like the idea behind it, but Downey is much too aware to fall for something like that play. There needs to be a bit more distraction, a bit more engagement. B&B succeeds in something of a similar vein as they play around and market against Sun. Finds the elimination against B&B. Nightwing wants to go for the defuse, but gets eliminated before they can even cross over towards the spike. That evens up the round score, Keg, and definitely one of the closest maps we've seen today.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's hard to predict, right? Because both these teams, to me, at least on a macro, big brain picture level, right, are playing pretty much the same. I wouldn't be surprised when we swap sides if this is an 8-8 game. What I am most surprised, though, is that Valencia are not going for attack timeout of their own. You think by now, losing 4 in a row, having that big lead in the beginning, now close to a tie, they'd want to reconvene with their coach. Go for a big strategy shift. But no, there must be a lot of trust going through with the players of Valencia here to reconvene and work on their own. And I like the idea. They're expecting a big change inside of mid. Big smoke comes out there, crossfire set up top of mid site. B and A site relatively empty. Valencia, they're holding down for mid just in case for the anti-lurk. But they want to play full retake yet again.
Keeping up the face over at the B side is Greed. Has the paint shells at the ready to stall out and separate the duelist from the rest of the squad. Out comes the showstopper from Sun. Tries to go for the pick.
Oh, no.
Each other
Wait.
up. Both Raze ultimates used. That's definitely some equivalent exchange coming into play. 4 agents for 4, and Nezumi tips the scales over towards Valencia.
Huge neural theft out now. Information gained on these attackers.
Stepping out. Extra information, everyone pinged, playing around market, high intensity. Yohi gets rid of that spy. Valencia once more in the lead. Spike left on the site, and the last 2 remaining players on Downey have to retrieve it. But it's a tall order.
20 seconds left. That spike is down but not planted. This is still a defender favored round.
It's indeed. Time taken away, and it just looks like Downey are going to be forced to save the weapons, go into something next. At this point in time, you know, it's out of their hands. And if they tuck and peek anymore, they're really risking a lot. Sure, good for 1, but both perishing in the process. That's a Valencia taking the round as well as the economy of Downey.
See, Ash, to me, that's a very telling round about the mentality of Valencia. They didn't give up. They're not in a defeatist mindset. Even being down 4 rounds, they didn't have to go for a timeout, take a minute to breathe. They took a deep breath in that time between rounds, and they came up with a brand new strategy shift. Now, the onus is on Downey again. They gotta change everything back. That is gonna be such an uphill battle for Downey if Valencia keeps up that mentality for the rest of the series. They're gonna have to keep being on their toes. Downey cannot get comfortable and complacent at all this series. In fact, we see a change from them yet again. Downey's been kind of toying around with mid a little bit, you know, dancing with it, but we haven't really seen that big of a commitment. Now that crossfire between on the minimap, you can see number 2 and 3 holding it down. They're still expecting someone to push through mid, and yet I thought this would be the round that Downey would do it, but no, Ashcon, they choose not to.
A lot of smokes going out in the center of the map, Keg, and that's gonna hurt both teams in the long run as they'll have less smokes to do line of sight cuts or covers. Yolhi here biding their time over at A. A little bit of utility is heard, a little bit of utility is seen, but still presence in mid. So Valencia, they really don't know what's going on exactly, but the spike is being carried towards B. Remember, we can see what others cannot. And so as Downey creep upwards towards the site, Valencia are forced to make a decision on what they want to stack, because again, time has ticked away. Only 30 seconds are left.
30 seconds left.
So as the defenders, you want to make a choice on where you want to commit. Out comes some utility, but again, no commitments yet until finally the paranoia comes through and action is forced because Keg, 20 seconds is not a lot of time to work with.
Absolutely not. Neural Theft is out now. Full information for both teams, it feels like. But no, these defenders, they've been discovered. Yuli was the first to fall. And despite her falling, that means you can't use her ultimate anymore for the retake. You don't need to. This singular choke point has been the bane of Downey's existence so far this half. And yet, because they've been stalled out so much, Ashcon, I wouldn't be surprised if Valencia reads into that and stacks up A side entirely into this next round.
It could be a possibility, especially with how threatening B has been, exactly as you said, Keg. And I want to dive into that. You know, we talked about unbreakable Cypher trap wires, and we kind of see one of those out in B main. Aside from just avoiding B entirely, is there anything that Downey could do to respond to that trapwire?
Yeah, what happens a lot of the time from attacking teams is when they respect that tripwire a lot, they'll send half of their team over into mid, right where you see that number 4 Omen. What they'll do is they'll go for something called a split push. Now, you'll have the bulk of your team outside B main where the tripwire is, gives time for the people in Marketplace to move inwards, try to break the trap from inside the site itself and take those fights early on as a distraction. That allows enough time for the people inside B main, where that tripwire is, to finally push through and break that seal. But this is Downey going for a timeout now, Ashcon. There's 2 rounds left in this half, and this is the only one they can use this map.
You called it, Keg. I mean, look, Valencia took their rounds, lost a couple to Downey. Valencia adapted, and now Downey calls their timeout to try to respond in kind. They're really looking to end this half 6-6 dead even, but that might prove to be a little bit difficult. Sure, they have some weapons this round, but not all of them have armor. And with the way that that's looking, that means less HP overall. So they're going to be a little bit squishier, as we say, more vulnerable to, you know, falling earlier.
I'm also very squishy.
Oh, there we go. There's another alternative. Tossing the paint shells to break the trap wire early. And Nezumi, I think I like that. I think I like that replacement of the wire.
It's smart, because that's not something Downey's going to expect at all. They're still conditioned to fight back over towards A site. We predicted this is where Downey would want to go. It's been an easier time for them to push into the site. Now look at this. Spike was traded over to the Omen on Downey's side. They can teleport anywhere on the map. What they're going to do is they're going to teleport directly on the A site, and the rest of the people inside of mid are going to push all the way up and try to crunch down on the site. Now, Yuli does have that ultimate, Ash.
Thrash indeed in their back pocket, so it definitely would benefit them to tux, to play their life, keep themselves in this round to use that Thrash for the retake. But this fight is so tempting, but also they can feel a little bit stuck, especially with this Trailblazer coming in. They have to go to break it. And we see an exchange quickly in mid. Nezumi on the defensive side gets rid of Downey's Cypher. And now the spike is planted, ticking away 6-4. I like this use of the Fade Dog to get a little information, pushing out into CT. All of the defenders going in for the retake, blinded. Again, stall. But Keg, eventually, they have to take engagements, and they're swinging in Downey's favor for now.
Oh, look at this Siege. A great teleport caused as well. That Siege would trap B and B and stall for time. Shrouded step available though. Smoke down on, directly on Spike. That's smart. Now you have to spray that completely blind. Just enough time. Does Zap have that time to take this 1v1? There's no time to defuse. Another great round for Downey.
And there they go. Great use of the timeout, so it seems the initiators last left alive, and they do their job to perfection. And I think that's something that a lot of teams and a lot of players, I think, have a misconception of, where, you know, duelist players you might see oftentimes try to play for staying into the round as long as possible, and really they might be some of the more expendable agents, whereas you want your agents with utility to be up there protecting the spike with all of the tools that they have.
Yeah, it's definitely different schools of thought, huh? And that's what makes Val so interesting. Like, there's no correct way of playing, really. Like, the more comfortable you are with you, your squad, your coaches, whatever, the more you can go for, like, wacky, unorthodox things. And we've seen World Championship teams in the World Championship games bring out some of the wildest things and still make it work.
Absolutely, especially in other regions. DRX and PRX come to mind.
Yup. Or like Evil Geniuses won the World Championship. They're the ones that brought out like a deadlock entry earlier this year in VCT. That's wild to me.
Absolutely, a lot of forms of creativity able to take place, and that's something that, you know, in regards to game design, that, you know, these players get to learn as they play these games. You know, what are these decisions that we make as players? What are those all about?
Yeah, absolutely. But I can tell you what's about for the Rays. The first one, the fall. The entry's gone now. This is still a fake, though. Zap is going to try to be that distraction. If they can, maybe a late round lurk, but I don't know how well this will sell. It's been identified that some players are already on A, but the smokes continue to go down. It's beginning to work. The rotate back over to B, but the call for the spike has already been made. They went too quick.
We see rotations out from CT. All the players know that they have to come in. There's Thrash, wasn't able to be used last round, so it is going to find its way into this one. And that's going to go ahead and trap, I believe, 2 of the attackers, but Burrito is here to save the day for Downey. Numbers dwindle, Valencia in a 1 versus 1, and Gecko, the perfect agent to retake the site because Wingman can defuse while Yulhi fights. Spike is taken to half, 30 HP for On Babies, and they lose. Trying to jump jiggle for information, thinking that they have the angle on the diffuser, but don't see that spike movement in time. And that's going to drop the round into the hands of Valencia, who are now the attackers, as we have swapped sides, folks.
Yeah, just real quick, Yuli there, picture perfect 1v1 at the very end of that last round. She played that beautifully. In order to bring the Wingman out, recognizing, hey, Wingman's already at half, I gotta finish this defuse. I'll throw out my flash as a distraction, do whatever I can to stall. That's what Valorant's all about. Those micro movements, the little teeny tiny thinkings that you need to do in order to win. But as you mentioned, we do swap sides. This is gonna be interesting now too. I'm fully expecting Downey to play the same exact defensive style as Valencia. Go for the retakes, go for the retakes, and go for the retakes. But look at those red pings at the minimap. That tells me that this will be a B take from Valencia, but they want to take full marketplace and backside Boba control too.
They follow my wire.
Moving into the possibilities there out of Valencia as we get to see their information communicated to each other. On Babies responding, trying to stop those plans from happening, and they are able to put a dent into what Valencia is cooking up, but unfortunately can't stop it entirely on their own, as we see even more breakout over towards Boba, and Downey with a strong retake just off of the engagements alone.
Yeah, I mean, the big shutdown right away Downey had was to make sure not a single attacker could take Boba or Marketplace control. That gave Downey so much more extra maneuverability to ensure, okay, yeah, they have the spike site to themselves, we have the extremity control, and we can move around and avoid and drain the enemy utility. And on pistol rounds, you really don't have a lot of utility you can use as an attacker. Really? Okay. An interesting, very early timeout.
So, sometimes, And I don't know, there's, I think, two alternatives here. One, that this could just be a general breakdown of what Valencia wants to do in this half, or this could be an attempt to try and get a reversal here in round 2. It's really hard to do, Keg. You and I know that. But for the audience, if it does get pulled off, the economic boon that Valencia would get is huge.
Yeah, I completely agree. There's a lot of big brainery that could be happening right now. So the two things I'm looking to see is, okay, are we going to see a very, very big investment here for Valencia into this next round? And are they going to try to bait Downey into those retakes, similar to what Downey had and the attack had done to them, and just mow down this team? It's a high risk, high reward setup.
So we do see, of course, the conversion by the anti-ecos out of Downey. Spectres and Guardians leaving a sheriff up.
This goes here.
And 2 sheriffs forced up by the side of Valencia. But we have to see, are they going to be slow and methodical with their utility? I mean, with 5 players stacked towards the same side of the map, Keg.
Oh my god, this is a death ball.
Definitely.
Look at this.
Moving forward together, being able to fight the same targets. Zap gets a little bit of information, though. That might spoil the mood for Valencia, who are trying to keep things slow. But still, adapting just as quick, pressing forward with all the utility they can. Still, though, desperately searching for someone on Downey who's willing to give them a free pick.
This is incredible. The triple swing out has been so good, and yet Zap still is good for 2. Mosh pit underway, good to stall out anyone from dropping down on Link. 2 left alive for Valencia now. They have the right idea in mind, but they're down 1 body, and they don't have a lot of maneuverability. Downey, they have to push in 1 by 1. Take those individual 1v1s. Nizumi's good for 1. That's the enemy Cypher gone. Another one, a strafe. Nizumi, the other side. The mowdown's there. They made the strat work.
What a crossfire, Keg. I mean, the contact out of Nizumi. And Yolhi just stay there patiently. You know, any other players undisciplined might just go ahead, try to swing on their own, make a hero play, but these two know that they can play off of each other. If one sees an enemy, then they both can take the fight together, and that's exactly what they did.
That was so impressive from Valencia. All the players in this lobby, I think, have a great future in Scholastic Collegiate play. But that was really, really impressive to me. Early Cypher Cam spots out somebody inside a marketplace. Good early information. They know Cypher Util should be on B site, but actually it's fake. It was just a wasted nade. Meant to bait out that a tripwire would be there, but it actually wasn't.
Here we go, Wingman planting the spike, site being held. But this really feels like a fish in the barrel situation here, especially with Sun wrapping around to the flank here, Keg.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, this is not a round Downey's designed to win. They're just looking to get rid of guns away from Valencia. Let's see. Okay. A good start, Valencia here. Guardians in play. Yuli, divide and conquers. Good at finding so much more. Unfortunately, a flawless round. Downey couldn't quite find any elims against them. On the bright side, though, they have a good opportunity to reinvest in full rifles here, and for the first time this half Ashcon, we are going to see a full rifle v rifle round.
That is true. Well, we'll see if Nezumi wants to upgrade or not. There we go. Toss out the Spectre. Is it going to go up? We'll see. But the ultimate, I think that's what's most important. The Neural Theft and the Thrash, both available to Valencia. It means that a first pick for the attackers could lead to an entire map full of information.
Oh, true.
And they can hit hard or post-plant protect the spike with Gecko's utility.
Babies is trying to find that proactive shots. Stall out Valencia. Valencia still choose to push forwards. That's good. Notice that unbreakable tripwire, the one they're pinging out right now, still doesn't exist. They're just making them waste a nade.
Go. Drive Thrash back somewhere safe. Again, this is one of the more unique ultimates in the game where Gecko can actually pick their ultimate back up to use it a second time. So putting it in a safe spot to pick up is definitely of utmost importance here as all of Valencia move back into B main to play that post plant.
Yeah, they're purposely trying to play off of Yuli's ultimate here. That's super smart.
We saw Decay. Nezumi finds one. There we go. Thrash coming out. That's going to force everyone on the defense to spray down the ultimate. And Valencia know that that ultimate will pull crosshairs, so they swing behind it to take these engagements while everyone's out in the open. And that's going to be double digits for Valencia. I really love using that. An ultimate as bait. We don't often get to see it. It's a tactic that goes often unused, but it can be effective in the right circumstances.
Interestingly, there's a second timeout coming out from Downey. I'm not sure if the rules are different for the best of 3 if they do get 2 timeouts. Normally in VCT regulation, you do have 2 per game, or normally you want to use 1 per half. So assuming that this is a legal timeout from Downey, this is a really smart time to do it. Only down by 4 rounds, you have a lot of opportunities for counterplay here. Valencia, they're playing so well together and so swing heavy that honestly, if Downey want to just buckle down and play super proactive, do you remember where the Sky Babies was playing on B main earlier on?
I do not.
Oh, so what they were doing, not this last round, but the round before that, they were taking early shots outside of B main into the staircase. And so the idea there was to stall out Valencia. Now imagine the whole team is there, going for those pre-fire shots against Downey, against Valencia, forcing everybody to play super slow and take those fights to them. That would be the best way to take them down.
That indeed could be. We'll see how it goes. As things get shuffled around and we see time taken away.
Where are you?
First. Real interaction there with the Haunt being shot away, and this is really a good amount of presence
Here.
conveyed to Downey just off of that utility being broken alone.
Blinded.
Early flash is great here. Now keep in mind, Sky used to be the best agent in the game. Her flashes would regenerate pretty quick. But now she's only limited to 2 per round. So they have to be very careful with info gathering. Burrito's gone now. That's going to make retaking with those Omen smokes much more difficult now that they're not available.
Let's see here, looking like they want to inch their way over to the A site. They got a lot of space to work with. Of course, they don't know it quite yet, but they'll get there. Sun, though, could be swinging into a really dangerous position. Miraculously, though, Keg, finding one.
Yeah, that was huge there, and that's a completely open A site. At this point, Zap does have Haunt available, 1 away from the Nightfall. A risky investment only having a Stinger, and probably not the best vibes for the rest of Downey 2 to go forwards with it, but at this point, you don't want to risk getting 11 rounds up against you.
Oh, there we go.
Oh,
Big
okay.
Prowler coming on in. Stingers really do burn. You see the Nightfall as well for the retake. Downey committing pretty much everything to this round. But BNB, we saw it earlier on Lotus with the Operator, a collateral. Now BNB getting that same effect with the Vandal. 11 HP on Babies, and they're not going to be able to see anyone incoming because this is a one-way on the spike.
And BNB having that shorty set up and ready. No time to really defuse here. Oh, 1 for the way home. A 3K for BNB, excuse me. And, you know, seeing that Nightfall come out when there were only 2 players left in the round for Valencia really goes to show to me that Downey are trying their hardest to win these rounds. Now, obviously, you want to win the rounds, right? But I mean, this is becoming a little bit more of a desperation play. You're trying to use any tool you have in your tool chest to leverage the odds back against you, that you're just even trying your best to win the rounds with lower economy. These rifle rounds, this could be the very last one we see from map 1 Ashcon. And if we saw one Nightfall use that sparingly, all 4 are going to be used from Downey this round.
Blinded.
I agree 100% with 4 ultimates in the back pocket for Downey. I mean, there's surely no use in reserving them, so they got to pop them as soon as they deem fit. Yohi burning away, holds from the B.
But
Nezumi revealed in mid, and
the problem, though, is Downey uses all 4 ultimates this round, and they win it. That's great. But then what are they going to do for the other 4 rounds to bring it to 11-11?
That is fair enough. They kind of have to find a good cycle, a nice middle ground, but I'll tell you what, Valencia is really not going to give them that opportunity as they press the attack forward into the B site. Burrito, though, boldly swinging into that smoke, taking back space, rewarded for it. And once more, Valencia retreat over to B. Thrash up once again, and Keg, it feels like that ultimate is up pretty much every round.
I mean, Yuli has just been a monster today. Every single game we've seen from her, she's been top fragging and just being absolutely incredible. And as you mentioned, the Thrash is out now. I believe that stuns the Cypher. No, it does not. But it provides enough time for Nezumi to sneak on by and be good for at least one. The trades come through. 12-6 now. Those ultimates, as I had mentioned, Ashcon, were really important, and the round couldn't be converted.
Match points. This is with your back against the wall. Now, again, Keg, we move on to another map after this, right? So there is potential for Downey to pick that up and send this into map 3. It's not over. Before, it was one
I hate to cut you off. There's something really important, though. This is Downey's map pick. They chose this map.
That is true. Sunset. On their own home turf. Valencia just taking this huge lead. We got flash out. Dizzy coming through. Cypher cages for Nezumi, trying to buy for time. Just pull away the defenders out in market. Distract them long enough for the plant to go down. Sun almost with the timing, but Nezumi just too aware. And this is looking really tough for Downey.
Good wide swing from Burrito, though. Seekers are out. Full information against these attackers. You need whatever you can at this point. One left alive. It's up to Babies, and Babies no more. 13-6. A great map for Valencia.
And Keg, that sets us up for a map 1 victory towards Valencia. They take a lead 1-0, and this could be a potential dethroning. So we know, again, that Downey has won twice already, and they've made it to the finals. They are the reigning champions, but Valencia, a bold showing here. What do you think of that?
I really liked how Valencia played. I think the biggest praise we gave to both Valencia and Downey in their best of ones earlier today were the fact that their coordination was absolutely on point. You can definitely tell the difference between a team that communicates and a team that doesn't necessarily communicate as much. The big difference between these two teams here is that not only would Valencia communicate, they would really base their entire strat plays off of each other rather than simple individual plays or really relying on one specific player to be that spearhead for an individual round. I mean, best example would be, I don't recall which round specifically, but Valencia, they took A side at one point on the attack. What they had done, oh wait, I do remember. You know what? It was that second round. They lost the second pistol. They bought up after that attack timeout, and outside of that little elbow area on A site, they went for a triple wide swing out as a team, holding each other's backs, and they were able to convert around that. Frankly, they really shouldn't have.
Definitely gave them a huge advantage, and we'll see if they can pull off the same sort of trickery and treachery again. But we're only going to find that out after a little bit of a break. So stay tuned, folks, and go ahead, get yourselves comfy. We're coming back with a lot of action.
I know it's a game, I'm not gonna play, but maybe you should do whatever you need to erase me. It's all just a game, you think I'm gonna play, but maybe you should do whatever you need to erase me. Baby, baby, baby,
soul will light the day we met. I don't wanna leave your side. Have me by your side when the sun sets. Let's leave for an eternity. We'll sail across the lights beyond the sky. I'll be with you eternally. I'm an addict for your love, it keeps me high.
Tell them what your name is.
Can I be your star tonight? You fill my soul with light the day we met. I don't wanna leave your side. Have me by your side when the sun sets. Let's leave for an eternity. We'll sail across the lights beyond the sky. I'll be with you eternally. I'm an addict for your love, it keeps me high.
Tell them what your name is.
All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Valorant City of STEM Esports High School Invitational. I'm Ashkan, joined by Keg. We came off the tail end of Sunset. It was a pretty awesome match. Once again, Downey versus Valencia. Keg, how are you feeling, and what are you looking forward to as we move to Lotus?
I'm feeling pretty good, Ashkan. I was really impressed with both teams in map number 1. I was more impressed with Valencia and how they could take control of a map so easily as a symbiotic unit. Now, this is a map that the next map that we have has been a map that both teams have dominated on today, and for Downey, this next map may determine whether or not they're the third-year champions or not.
Absolutely, it could. If Downey picked this up, we move forward to a map number 3. But right now, map number 2 of Lotus, we're moving into this agent select, and we're going to see what is going to be the determining factor of whether this series ends or not. Because again, look, Valencia takes it home.
That's right. Now, Yuli is going to be remaining on that chamber once more. The same exact loadouts. Yeah, it has to be the same exact loadouts that we've seen when both these teams, I should say, had played earlier today in these best of ones against Millikan and Warren, respectively.
Yeah, so
the chamber's interesting.
We definitely have an idea of what both of these teams want to bring to the table with regards to Lotus. But that being said, they both had a very dominant performance, Keck. So do you think that their strategies are going to change up now that we see teams maybe a little bit more equal in skill?
Oh, that's such a tough question because I feel like Sunset to a degree kind of answers that for us. Both were really retake heavy teams on Sunset, which is what you're designed to do defensively on that map. But it's the same thing defensively on Lotus too. I think at least this time there's a little bit more variety when it comes to the agents for both teams that might be a difference maker, but I have to give you the cop-out answer. We'll have to wait and see.
That's very true, and see we will as we go back into the game. These players kind of having a little bit of back and forth as we start up. 10 seconds left on the clock as we move into round number 1. And this is, again, folks, the grand finals, map number 2, Downey versus Valencia on the map of Lotus.
Oh, Yuli early on looking for a fight. Now that Headhunter, it's a special gadget that only Chamber can use. It's a one-shot headshot. Anytime, any day, any place. Poison Orb's open now. blocking the line of sight on B main. A default from Valencia. They're playing this slow in the beginning, but they're already finding that lurk potential up of A. Now, there's a red line on the minimap. That's Viper's wall for Valencia. The cool thing about this wall is that it can be great to isolate out A site. You're designed to go fully through the door on the right side and play that wall for the retake, making sure the lines of sight for the defenders from any side cannot be seen.
Oh, here we go. Nice pinch maneuver into the A site. Greedo stunned up. Has to get out of dodge. And Spike going down here, Keg. They go. Here we see Spike taken away on babies coming out of stair. Smokes out to divide up the site as well as everything external. Greed here trying to play with the smoke, get a timing on everyone coming in for the retake. Downey's numbers dwindling as it's B&B and Nezami, the dynamic duo of Valencia, to take the first round.
That was such a good take from Valencia there. Again, playing off of their utility, the Viper wall, denying out any heaven control, making sure, hey, again, any which way we want to retake, we're going to deny that. We know how you play, Downey. We've been watching you play. And just being able to study that footage so quickly and understanding counterplay is so imperative to success. But Downey, they're only down by 1 round. They're choosing not to full buy. They want to reserve as much economy as possible to give themselves a better chance to keep those rifles on going much later on. They're looking here to just remove guns from Valencia rather than winning the round.
We see interactions over on C-Mount. Sun trying to find something, anything as the pressure comes on, but they do not find what they're searching for. Puto able to recover something. Nightwing taken out. Greed responds. Again, that duelist role. So dynamic, so fluid. Satcheling out into the site to make space after finding the eliminations as well. And Izumi just patiently planting. Gets the extra orb because of it. And now Downey with only 2 agents are forced to retake here. But things are looking pretty grim, Keg.
Yeah. This should be a scenario where Downey does not push in. If they get eliminated by players, they're going to give alt charges to the enemy team. So there is a interesting concept in a situation that we have seen the remains of Downey in that situation, where if you're down on pistols and the spike is down against you, you could look for something called exits, which means when the spike starts to begin to detonate, there's a certain radius that it will explode. Valencia needs to get out of the way or they lose their guns, they get eliminated. But for Downey, they want to jump into that resonating explosion because it doesn't add another it doesn't add an elimination for them. You just remove their guns and still get the loss bonus. But unfortunately they didn't do that, and now we see Valencia closer to their ultimates. Same A-side take once again. Full expectation is that Downey wanted to see Valencia push into B-side. Not quite the case, but this is a slower draw this time for Valencia. They're being very careful because they know the weaponry now from Downey's at the best it could possibly be.
Definitely the case, but for a team as seasoned as this one, they're going to go ahead and use the utility to its fullest as well to mitigate that disadvantage as much as possible, even forcing Burrito to retreat at this point. But I also like that decision as that Raze waits for the rest of the squad of Downey to move up. Right, they need a little bit more space, a little bit more firepower. Valencia holding post plant once again, both from tree, and this position by B&B over at the breakable wall I think is really perfect.
Yeah, this flood-in is really impressive so far from Downey, pushing down, making sure there's so much chaos going on at once, make sure nobody knows what's going on. Chaos everywhere, but Sun to return and find at least one more. A flawless round 1 by Downey. You could not ask for a better way of remaining into this game, getting your first round on the board.
What an exciting round, Keg. And honestly, it wouldn't be possible without this type of competition, without this type of invitational. Again, presented by the Downey Unified School District. And big thanks again to Columbia Memorial Space Center for housing us here today for the venue. These kinds of competitions, Keg, are what build kids' ability to have decision-making, communication skills, get them together, and get them excited to just go to campus and hang out with friends. I'm glad that they're here, and I'm glad that they're fighting for a title.
You know, there's been a lot of times where I'll talk to teachers and stuff with these esports programs, and they'll be like, yeah, these programs are a reason why these students want to try in school or even try harder. It's important to show how much skills you learn in such a small, condensed area, such as playing Valorant or any other esport game. But look at this from Valencia again, respecting the one-way this time. Big advantage for Downey in case someone goes in near that purple haze. They don't want to just yet. Good way to TP out though. You do not want to take this fight early on from Downey. It'd be a 2 versus 5 and you would not win that.
Oh, that's a huge flashbang to blind the defenders, force them off, and an even better aftershock. That's going to get rid of Poot, and that is an agent of Valencia really pushing forward this advantage. But Sun, they let nothing escape their sight. As soon as they see it, they're moving the mouse. The mechanical prowess is there to be seen. B&B in a cheeky little spot is able to find 2, and Valencia looks like they're ready to pick up a 3rd round. But Burrito, what can they do here?
Yeah, this is a tough call here. Downey needs to keep the weaponry alive, but they're down 1 versus 3. Crossfire potential's completely set up, and B&B, just like they did the last time we saw them on Lotus, actually even quicker this time, whipping out the Odin, turning this map into paper mache. Now, this is the map where B&B last time around, I believe, ended up being, and I can actually go back and find it, but I remember at one point they ended up being almost 20-4 in their scoreline, which is beyond impressive. Oh, in fact, I have it right here. 19-5 overall at the end of that game that they played on Lotus. And a lot of that was to the hands of the Odin.
It's definitely a huge weapon, but of course it depends of the hands of the user, and you're right, Keg. I mean, B&B's definitely got a lock on it. And it can be a pesky little thing for sure, because as someone who faces up against it, you need to find the elimination on the Odin user before they can get that wind up ready, because it does take a little bit to get to full speed.
And remember, one big gimmick of this map are those rotating doors right near Sun. The Odin can pierce through that instantaneously.
With the high piercing, I think that's the best selling point of the tool, because you don't need to see someone if the high penetration can get through the wall. But speaking of getting through, it's Greed over onto the C site. Can't find the victory in that 1v1. Sun piloting the Killjoy. Lands a victory there. And Valencia aren't really sure what to do here. They use From the Shadows, the ultimate on Omen, to teleport to A to plant the spike, but the rest of the squad still needs to make their way over.
Surely if they trust B&B to hold it down on their own. They have that Odin in play. Killjoy ultimate out now. Won't be able to see that again for quite a while. Odin spraying hands. Good for the stall. All that's left now is just 2 for Valencia's side. Yuli's in a great spot though. Has the rendezvous just in case. The Zumi all the same. Great communication for the stall. The stun is out. Isolating Zap. And look at this. A wide swing underway. Brings things to the 1v1. All that's left now is babies. They have 1 flash. The rendezvous called. And Yuli can just go to the other side. That was such a smart play. Oh my. Yuli's incredible.
Yuli has been shown themselves to be one of the most oppressive forces in this tournament, and I think that's only continuing to ring true. Not just in the mechanical skill, it's not just in the scoreboard results, but you and I could see it in the way that they play, Keg. They're so patient, and they play off their teammates. They're ready at the beck and call. They know exactly what needs to happen, when it needs to happen, and why it needs to happen.
Yuli is the smartest player I've seen in Scholastic Esports, period. Like, again, the decision-making on the fly like that is incredible. Even some pro players will make really big mistakes, but this is optimal.
Burrito kind of stuck in this corner from the early fault line, and the aftershock finishes the job. Valencia using utility not just to stall, to debuff, but also to eliminate enemy players.
Spike goes down once again. Valencia, showstopper in play. When will it detonate, though? Big question. 5v3 may not need to. Sun from behind, though, attempted to flank. Viper Wall, though, isolated them out. Sun is removed. 2 left alive. That's going to be double controllers. And the walls, they might not find a lot of benefit here. Walk down to the open. Yuli once more, getting another one. And that's going to be Nightwing to end it off. 5-1 for Valencia. And it feels like Downey kind of getting a taste of their own medicine about what they did against their previous opponent earlier today.
I mean, absolutely, it's a difficult time here, but they know it. They recognize it. They call for the timeout, and they give themselves a minute to work with here in map number 2 to kind of discuss what's happening. So, Keg, in your opinion, what do you think needs to change for Downey for them to find some success?
I think this one's a little bit less cut and dry than we saw in Sunset. I think for the most part, Downey have been having a pretty good time finding early information and early pressure control on Valencia. It's one of those times where you mentioned it yourself. The big difference between Valencia and Downey is their mechanical play. And what we mean by mechanical play isn't necessarily like their positioning, sort of. It's more so like, okay, can they aim better than the enemy team? And yeah, they kind of are. The Yuli and B&B combo has been outrageously effective. And that's not to say there haven't been huge amounts of firepower on Downey's side. It's, I think, Valencia is better at finding opportunities to take those fights rather than Downey. And I think now this timeout isn't necessarily a strategic change. This is just a chance for Downey to breathe for a second. Oh, like, you know, be okay. Don't let the mental go down. We can absolutely do this and not make silly mistakes. I think what they're doing strategically has been fine.
You know, I'm with you on that boat 100%, Keg. Mental timeouts are honestly just as important as strategic ones. We see a lot of pro teams take them as well. And here, it could alter the course of an entire match. We'll have to see how it reflects in Downey's play. For now, a lot more patient. They took up the A space, but now over at C, they have to respond to a showstopper coming their way. No one gets picked off from it. That's definitely a good start. And Greed definitely playing for the namesake. That's going to result in a punishment by Sun.
Yeah, that's such a great capitalization now. Valencia, they've been playing a little overextendy. Downey, though, playing much slower than before, and that's good. Look at this.
Zap
finding opportunities.
Back, bringing it up, piloting that Viper. Good for 2. And there it is. Poot to finish things off.
And this is what I mean about opportunities. Taking that fight against Greed, not pushing into that smoke early on, looking for isolated fights against Valencia. That was a big lesson learned from the attacking team, and I don't think off of that attack timeout we're going to see such an aggressive round from them again.
Likely not, likely not. We'll see how it goes in that way. Punishments like that, and when you see a round end in that way, it definitely gives you the idea, it definitely forces you to face the reality that you have to fall back and respect your opponents a little bit more if you're Greed in that situation, Keg. But also it does it in a way that really humbles you. And sometimes for players that are focused on their ego or on their momentum, that can be a diminishing factor for their level of play.
Wow, this is just a battle outside of A main as of now. It's going to be good for Greed to make their way back onto site. Keep in mind, though, Rolling Thunder available. Spike makes a sound when you try to plant it. Aftershock early on, though, creates a lot of spacing. Look at where Valencia is. They're all inside a tree. Some players outside Rubble now, purposely to avoid the Rolling Thunder. They know exactly what Downey's going to use to get onto site. They want to avoid that ultimate completely.
This is a little bit of a tough position by Zap. Gets spotted out by B&B and the rest of the squad. Rolling Thunder does go out, but not as effective as Downey want it to be. Sun stunned as well from a retaliatory fault line. Is able to go for 1, but unfortunately, the last 3 of Valencia won't make it easy.
Again, the calls here for Valencia was exceptional because they recognize, okay, Babies has Rolling Thunder ready. We know they're going to use that on such a small site to condense ourselves and try to take those fights against us, and we can't fight back. The double Rolling Thunder to add that extra stall value, allow someone like B&B to reposition and take down those fights of people dropping from heaven. Absolutely what you're looking for. Now, Valencia has 2 scary ultimates online. The Viper's Pit from Nightwing and the Tour de Force coming out from Yuli. I don't think we'll see the Tour de Force come out necessarily this round, but the Viper's Pit could surely be a force to be reckoned with now that the Rolling Thunder and Lockdown from Downey cannot counter it anymore.
I like this opening of the door, create a little bit of a mix-up for the potential of pressure running their way to C as Valencia. Pressure with the paranoia. Sun falling back, giving up the space, knowing that they have the potential for the retake. Downey biding their time, and Zap sitting in the smoke. Sun being pushed once more, punishing Greed once more. But Nezumi and Yuli are not going to let that slide this time around. No re-airs in this best of 3 series, Keg, here in the C site. We're seeing some original content.
Okay, now look at Burrito. That's going to be the showstopper. Oh, no. It finds impact. It came out too late, and still Nezumi was caught out. A 2v1. Babies, last alive. 1 flash available. Aftershock as well. Put the Aftershock, the flash right on Ben. Cuts off a big area of circulation that these two would need to defend the spike. But no, wide swing available. Good for the trade. And once more, B&B. One of the most expensive weapons in the game still preserved.
They're just really having a good time with this Odin. I don't know what else to tell you, Keg. Like, look, strategy aside and analysis aside, this is just, it's too effective.
Yeah, I'm inclined to agree. I mean, to get really nerdy for a second, Turtle Troop with We Did revolutionized this map last year when it was its first cycle of competitive play by taking the Odin and the Ares and completely decimating A and C site, and made things a lot harder to go over these weird ratty holes that we have grown accustomed to. You have to be more careful now.
Shadows traveling.
Zap finding an early opening for the defenders in Downey, reducing the numbers of the attackers, makes it difficult for Valencia. Still though, they press forward. A site, down goes the spike, and B&B finding Sun. That's gonna leave the Killjoy out of the picture, and if there was a lockdown, it surely isn't gonna be in use now.
Double Viper's Pit available now. You could use that from Downey side, cover the spike, go for the defuse.
Oh, nice fault line. Cap throwing up the orb to push anyone off of the spike. Here we see fights coming out. Even though it's smoked off, they can ping the spike, spray through the smoke. It's a 1v1 in the situation, and Yuli runs out of ammo. That's going to be the 3rd round for Downey and Keg. 3-7. Downey could very easily turn this into a 5-7.
Yeah. There's a lot of interesting schools of thought and math when it comes to seeing how your 13th round can start. Obviously, the best case scenario for a team would go 12-0. Does that happen often? No. But oftentimes we get to see those 6-6s, 5-7s, those 8-4s, and the infamous 9-3 curse that allows a lot of those teams to have that comeback potential. So if Downey can make this into 5-7, that is the best case scenario right now. They have all the tools necessary for 2 more ultimates into the fuses that they could use.
Here we go, Viper's Pit, ultimate out onto B. Pushing pressure. Trying to force the hand of Valencia to go either A or C. Yulhi lurking their way up. Biding their time, seeing if they can just find someone posted on that angle towards stairs. Meanwhile, some noise is made outside to see the execute occurs. Showstopper once more. Greed presses forward, tries to find Stun, does a little bit of damage, but the mechanics are in Sun's favor though. Nezumi comes in for the trade. Site opened up, Nezumi planting for the site. Zap still biding their time in the ultimate, waiting for the call to rotate. They have the opportunity to open this door and go for the flank in C main.
Now, as I said before, 2 important ultimates to use for the retakes, both of them no longer in use for the spike to be retaken.
Awkward little fight goes in the favor of Zap. B&B, you know what they have. It's the signature weapon of the Odin. You're gonna hear it across the map. Spray and pray, but there's on babies. They really want to come and retake this spike, retake this site. But the Viper's Pit from the attackers, that's going to be a difficult tool to deal with.
Very nice. Once again, a great Viper's Pit take. And as you can see, once you're inside the midst, it's so hard to see anything except right in front of you. Do you want to hear a fun fact?
Hit me with it.
The skin that B&B is using for the Odin was the very first Battle Pass skin of the game.
That is a pretty fun fact.
I mean, that encyclopedia? Before? Oh, of like early skins? I just know, because I remember like when the game first came out, I'm like, oh, that's a cool skin. I like that.
You want to play?
And how far we've come. I mean, hey,
that's true.
Got a lot of complaints about Riot, but wait, they're artists Gotta give them the credit where credit is due.
Yeah, I mean, they made the minima set. It's golden.
I
What?
thought it was just matte black.
There's a little bit of gold in there, too.
That's fair.
This is slow to a crawl. Tour de Force is out on Valencia's side. Everyone's waiting for Yuli to get that opening pick and decide what they want to do from there. There's a lot of ultimates that Downey can use once more, and they've used that as the initiation to determine how they want to retake a site. They don't have to retake here. They can fight fire with fire, but their weaponry isn't in the best position. They don't want to go out early. They don't want to make silly mistakes. The best way to bypass this could be taking a long line of sight, just like A.
There we go. Greed opening things up. First blood of the round. That's going to be
Spike planted.
exactly what you want your duelist to do. And a rolling thunder. Whoa, could this be a possible aggression out into the spawn of the enemy? Yes, it is. Tour de Force out and about with Yuli, but they're using to its full potential. There comes the counter, though, by Zap. That is not at all what Valencia imagined when they were using their ultimate for aggression. Halt. There still is the lone hero of the attackers, B&B, and they can spray through this box.
No
they are
way.
able to get rid of the diffuser, but post counters in kind. They're going to finish off what their teammates started, finishing the half 4-8. Keg, that was a crazy round. Run that back for me.
Absolutely. Look, all the ultimates were left available. Rolling Thunder after Rolling Thunder. Valencia, they overextended. They got greedy. And Downey is a great team to punish those opportunities. I don't know if Valencia is going to opt to do the same exact thing when it comes to their defense. I honestly hope not if they want to maintain this lead. But Downey, it wasn't looking good for them in the beginning. Now they're looking like they got the ball rolling. They're getting things in line now. It's just a matter of winning this next pistol round and getting the buy-up anti-eco as well. And they have a great chance of taking this to map 3.
5 seconds left as we move forward into the second half of map number 2. The economy is reset. Both of these teams relegated to pistols. That's 800 credits per person. This is what's going to determine the tempo of the rest of this map. We'll see how these teams play it out. An early contact is going to force a teleport out of that chamber from the side of Valencia. They do have a little bit more of an aggressive comp with that chamber in the pocket. They're expecting to take fights earlier, faster, and more rapidly, while also hoping to maintain in a safe environment. That's exactly what they do early on. But this time around, as their site is being pushed, Yuli, they're not going to have the opportunity to back away with the teleport. They have to do it on foot.
Yeah, this ought to be a big retake from Valencia here. They were so good at this on Sunset. Downey, they showed they could be great at retakes as well. This time, though, they have to be the ones to defend the spike. Good to start. Oh my, it's a meltdown. All of top C site control has gone to the favor of Downey. What's left now? Valencia, 2 players left. An early trade leaves it to Greed, but Sun is there for the 3K.
That push through CT by Downey with 3 players, that's what Valencia was trying to do over and over and over again, but it was Greed solo pushing. Downey do it all together, and of course they're going to find that success because friendship is magic.
Whew, yeah, friendship is magic, and let me tell you, I'm really happy that we get the opportunity to see all these amazing schools just compete against each other, because at the end of the day, it's all to have fun and, you know, to learn a lot of opportunities through STEM, right? So I'm very thankful that we have amazing tournaments like this, powered by the Downey Unified School District to help us out and see this amazing gameplay and rising stars of Valorant. And I have no doubt some of these players may be future professionals as well. B&B's the first to fall, though. No smokes available for Valencia. What you see in front of Greed is no longer available. They can't stall with that anymore against Downey.
Downey trying to bring this round to its fullest. They don't want to lose any weapons. Because they are down a couple of rounds, they want to be picture perfect with their plays. They go into that next buy round with even a single weapon out of their pockets. It could spell doom. If they keep all of them, they could usurp Valencia's lead, build themselves up, go to 8-8. For now, though, we're seeing the pressure towards the C side of the map. Yuli alone. Can they land a shot? No, fault line triggers beforehand, and the TP was already used earlier, so once more, they're not going to be able to run away. Instead, pressing forward, finding one just to put in their back pocket, and they make a little profit off of it. It's 100 credit per round in the Headhunter, and it's 200 for every elimination.
So let's talk strategy for a second, because Downey haven't faced against a Chamber defensively yet in this tournament. So having a Cypher, having a Killjoy is so good for stalling people from pushing a site. Chamber doesn't really have utility to stall other than Chamber himself to be that stall factor. Yeah, you can put the trademark down, that's that little circle right outside of B main, and that's good, that's info to be gained. But really, the core of what makes Chamber really shine is the fact that he has such aggressive weapons as his kit that no one else has. And so now, Downey, they have to identify where Yuli's playing as soon as possible and avoid her. And if they can play the evasion game, whittle the utility and numbers down from other parts of the map, it's going to make A and C site a much more opportune to push into. And keep in mind too, there's no utility blocking A or C pretty much ever with a Chamber comp, and now with the Sentinel gone, every single site's been opened up.
That early pick is really going to hurt Valencia here, especially on that buy round. And with how slow Downey is playing it as well, they're so patient now here on the attack. You know, when we saw them, they kind of came swiftly for their retakes when they were on the defense. Now here on the attack, Downey show a much different characterization of themselves.
Yeah, hopefully though, they can reconvene much quicker here. We see some members still over towards C side. Nezumi, though, however, taking the 1v1, brings it to 2. I don't even think that was intentional to remove Poot. But you fell in the spike, and now it's completely trapped away. One left alive now. Downey, they need whatever advantages they can get, but not the case. Valencia, now ahead by 3 rounds.
Okay. Nightwing getting that elimination on the rope. I heard that. I saw them drop and then attach to the rope. There's no way they get accuracy there, but it still works in the favor of Valencia. I will say though, this aggression for Yuli hasn't exactly been working out. So Keg, do you think that maybe they need to back off even though they're playing Chamber? Or do you think there needs to be a different approach on the angles? How do you feel about that?
I mean, I think that's what they want to accomplish right now in Valencia. You can see Yuli standing up, well, was setting up on B site, and 2 stacks of 2 on A and C. This is a proactive approach. Everybody's being aggressive this next round in unison. But even then, you're right, Valencia, they've had this mechanical prowess to take these early fights and then disappear. And Yuli's gonna double down and try to take another fight. I don't agree with this, Ashcon. I don't think this is gonna work. They have to pull out some sort of heroics here and get the big flanking drop if they want to have a chance against Downey here in this round, even if it's down by 1 body.
I will say if Downey goes to B, there's the opportunity to open the door. There is also a lurker over at C. So that isn't to say that Downey isn't leaving themselves open to a reversal. They absolutely are. And there it is with B&B, the Odin. Not just 1, not just 2, but a total of 3. And Nezumi makes Poot fight this battle all alone. Downey, drop. And it's Valencia taking their 10th round.
Yeah, now at this point, Downey, the onus is on them again. Surely now they go for attack timeout. No? Really? See, there's 2 different schools of thought. Sometimes coaches like to go for attack timeouts on these pistol rounds just to make sure they can kind of use this extra time with the team to talk to each other, obviously without the coaches afterwards. And then whatever the coach talks about into the next rifle round is where the strategy will be reapplied. But Downey right now, they recognize their economy's not in a good spot. They're going to ball up together and be, again, a symbiotic unit to take these 1v5 fights that Valencia often find themselves taking.
There we go, using the rendezvous to get out of C main, get out of Mound. Nezumi once more, pressuring up A with the help of their duelist. And Downey really just trying to figure out what their next steps should be. They haven't taken a whole lot of map control anywhere. And with all this utility being fired at them at A, and they saw some presence over at C, they might just opt to go to B and play between the doors once again. But we've seen this cycle, and with B&B having that Odin in hand and them not knowing where they are, this could prove to be a pretty tough execution for Downey.
Yeah, the more time that falls, the harder it'll be to take it back. Now, keep in mind, too, there's a separate win condition. Rolling Thunder available for Valencia. If you can make them waste it this round, you won't have to worry about it for the rest of the game.
There we go, fault line. Yuli dodges it. They've become familiar with the tactics. Burrito making the space. They do have Showstopper. This could be a big ultimate, but they might be trying to follow the example of Greed with this approach over to the side of CT solo. And they do. They're going to get picked off by the defense. Valencia coming on in, using that momentum from the pick off of Burrito to simply sweep out onto the site. And Sun all alone cannot deal with it. That's going to be Valencia inching their way closer to what could be the end of the series, Keg.
Yeah, that's a crushing round to not even take a single body off of Valencia. 6-11 now. You practically have to double your rounds now in wins for Downey. And remember, this is the team that's won their own unified invitational, right? There's the City of STEM Invitational. They've won this the last 2 times, the only 2 times it's happened. They've been able to win this out. Now, last time, of course, it was Warren who was there in the finals. This time, they didn't make it, beaten out by Valencia. And honestly speaking, it looks like Valencia is on a tear. They're very, very close, just 2 rounds away from crowning themselves champions here.
With this timeout, Downey want to reinvigorate themselves, find something. Yes, we talked earlier about mental timeouts, but this is definitely the time of timeout, the type of situation where you want to get nitty-gritty with the strategy. You need to talk details. You can't just hype each other up. Something needs to change, and it needs to change fast for Downey. Their approaches have been slow. They have been pulling utility, but they haven't been fighting back for space. And when I say fighting back for space, Keg, I don't mean that they need to eliminate anybody, but they need to show some form of threat to Valencia to make them back off of these forward fights.
I completely agree. There's a lot of hesitation from Downey in the first 30 seconds of this round. They can identify where the fights should be taken, but they're hesitant to push past those initial smokes, to push past those choke points, even when they have a numbers advantage. They are worried that they might lose those critical fights, and in the end, they rush into a site with seconds left in a round, and they still find themselves in that same exact spot. B-side seems like the way to go. We can be that all-seeing eye. We know there's only one piece of utility there. A default remains once more by Downey, watching the extremities to make sure will anybody overextend. But B-side has barely been taken on that main area yet. This needs to be a quick fight now. You have to win out B-side. That's unfortunate. There we go! That's huge! Now Downey should use this opportunity to push in. Yes, they do. That's exactly what we want to see. But Greed through the smoke is good for another. Burrito falls. But you have B-site. That's already more than we've seen in the last few rounds. They have to get that spike down now. Force the fights to go to them. Waste the Valencia Rolling Thunder. There it is.
Now players are stunned on the site. It's going to be Greed, good for 1, but pooling on, babies. They are fighting tooth and nail to hold this plant, unfortunately. Fates does not favor them in this 18th round. It's going to be Valencia moving us into not just map point, but match point, series point. 12-6.
Tournament point. B&B 20-10. 1 elimination better than they had done in their last series on Lotus earlier today. And the buys do look pretty good from Downey. So, besides the shields, yeah, you do lose 25 HP. You don't have the full 150 that you would like to have. But I think Downey learned an important lesson that last round, where if they want to take that initial fight and take those early risks, they do find a lot more control into these rounds. These are 2 operators they have to go up against too. You can bypass these operators. Yuli hasn't found much impact using them except for Sun. Sun went ahead of the duelist. They're the ones to create space, but they strafed instead. And now look at Yuli's reposition. Back over on Brown Box. If we see Downey scale over towards that section, Yuli will be undiscovered and find even more impact. Oh, info! That is gigantic.
What a way to use the ultimate. I mean, we have seen in modern Valorant, Keg, a lot of players kind of forego or just completely miss out on the usages of Omen's ultimate from the shadows, but information is key in the game of Valorant. Tactical is in the name of the genre. So I think that's the perfect implementation.
Oh, back over towards B side. This worked well for Downey last round. They're down by 2 bodies, but it's not impossible. They have to worry about that showstopper, though.
B spots the arm of one
Huge.
agent and sees the entirety of another eliminated. Now comes Downey pushing into the B site. The showstopper does not connect. Instead, it is a Nightwing who goes ahead and picks off 2 of Downey. It's Burrito alone in the 1 versus 3. The determining round. Time is ticking away. Nightwing swings through, and they find the shots true. It is 6-13, and Valencia are your champions.
They've dethroned the Kings. Downey, for 2 years, they had been able to do it, but this 3rd year, unfortunately, it barely escaped them. But hey, you know what? All the more reason to watch out for next year and see if Valencia can maintain the throne.
Absolutely. Listen, Keg,
what's up?
I had an awesome time with that series. Valencia giving us new champions brings us an exciting new narrative to discuss for the next annual competition. But I also want to thank Downey Unified School District for making this possible, as well as MSI, Still Series, the City of STEM, Lollipop Labs, and of course the Columbia Memorial Space Center for giving us somewhere to have this competition, have it housed, and have it played out in front of an audience.
Yes, thank you so much. This is so important for the future education of children. It goes to show again, whatever aspect of esports you're in, there's a lot of skills that you learn at a very quick pace that you won't get anywhere else, and it transforms people's minds every single day for the better. It makes them better students and better people, and I'm so thankful that we have this.
So, ladies and gentlemen, if you liked what you saw, you can go ahead and find Keg and I on socials. You can find me at Ashkan Hojati and Keg at Keg Shouts. Ladies and gentlemen, it's goodbye for us, and we're going to toss the mic over to those on site. Thank you for watching, and we'll see you next time.
Can you hear me calling for you? Yeah, I'm free falling, I'ma keep on falling.